Hi, this is Jerry Mitchell. Nice to meet you all. This is my first test broadcast. Um, you have to excuse the lights reflecting from my computer onto my glasses, but I can see better, with my glasses than without, obviously. Gotta fix the hair. Um, I'm not really sure where to start, but I guess, I just want to start talking about a few of today's current events, and how the things we are seeing in the news are very disturbing, which I'm sure you're all well aware of. It's been going on for probably all of my life, and I'm sure yours as well, but I think more recently things are getting just a little bit worse. And there's a reason for that. It's not because you can blame President Biden all you want. I've got a lot of things that are not positive to say about President Biden, but none of the things that are happening today are in their control. They think it's in their control. Collectively, it's not in their control. Collectively, the only Godfather here that's pulling the strings is the Father above. And if you ever saw the movie The Godfather, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The wicked will be wicked, and the wise will be wise. And the wise are those who know and understand God's holy word. They know and understand what's coming. They know what's coming next. They know what's not to expect, what to expect. And the people that are wicked in their hearts, they certainly don't have a clue what's coming. But everybody is being directed, almost like destiny and fate. People are doing what they're determined to do, because everything you're about to do or have done, it's already been written. Just like God told Jeremiah, before you were even in the womb, I already knew you. In other words, I've known everything that you were going to do before you were even born. So I know how you're going to react to what I'm going to say to you. And I know the words you're going to say back to me before you even say them. Same is true with prayer. God knows what you're thinking. He knows what you need before you even know what you need. He knows what you need. So before you even have to utter a prayer, God already knows you need it. It's nice for Him to hear from you. It's nice for Him to hear from your heart that this is what's in your heart. But trust me, God is well aware of what's down the road for you and the bridges that are approaching rapidly that you have to cross. So, we could talk all day about politics, and believe me, none of it is going to be any good. All it's going to do is upset everybody. And believe me, trust me when I say this, I don't think that anybody is more disgusted than I am with what's going on. But I also am able to put that aside and say, this is God's plan. This is supposed to happen. This is what's supposed to be happening. This is not something that's like something out of control. God is very well aware of everything that every individual is doing and to what end that'll be. So what you think might be, plans that people are making in dark rooms somewhere, and they're going to execute these plans, just like the recent Hamas attack on Israel. You think that was a plan. They think that was a plan. But that was God doing that. Okay, this was done for a specific reason, to accomplish a specific purpose. It wasn't just, oh, these bad guys got together. Yeah, these bad guys did get together and do want to do evil, but they're doing this to God's glory. They don't know it. The things I do, I don't know that are for God's glory or not. I hope that the things that I do are for God's glory, but I can't say that they definitely are. But I also know that every word that comes out of my mouth has already been written in the book of life of what I was about to do. What I'm doing right now, this was already predestined that I would be doing this. So this is like not some surprise to anybody. Or at least in heaven, of what I'm doing right at this very second. So we could talk about politics all day long, but I'll always go back to that this is God's plan. If somebody dies, that's God's plan. I'm not trying to be cruel or unsympathetic to anybody's cause, and believe me, I've lost many loved ones, over my lifetime. So I understand completely how everyone feels when the loss of someone. I know the hole that leaves in your heart, and how you miss that person. But and I know, and the whole world knows, there's nothing you could have done about that. I mean, if a person got into a car crash with a drunk driver, yeah, if I took a different street, maybe I'd still be alive. But you know what? You didn't take a different street. And you're not still alive. And that is God's plan. A young girl gets raped, yeah. She suffered. She went through a trauma. But believe me, it's not like I don't care. I do care. But again, that's part of God's plan. What that proves is the other person who did this to her, who committed this heinous act of raping this young girl, he, in his heart, he's expressing the true wickedness of his own soul. Okay, so, and these things, just prove to God what kind of person this person really is. And he's showing what kind of person he is whenever he's doing that to some person, hurting someone. Excuse me. I'm a smoker, so sometimes I get raspy. You gotta excuse me when that happens. But this is something I've been doing, if I had to count, probably 56 years. And I'm 54 years, and I'm 69 years old. So excuse me. All I'm doing is clearing my throat. Once I clear it, I'm fine. But so if we go, and try to rationalize things, the only way to rationalize it is to understand that this is God's plan. That's the only way that you can rationalize anything that's going on around you, that this was meant to be. Whether it's somebody in your life that's irritating you, that's meant to be. You got stung by a mosquito, that was meant to be. Now, I don't think God deliberately sent the mosquito after you, but certainly God knew that it was going to get you. Let's put it that way. So I'm not saying that God deliberately does things to harm anyone. God doesn't do anything. It's the person that commits the act. They're the ones that are doing the things to harm someone. So you don't blame God when this happened, but you have to understand that God knew that this would happen. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's not God the one that pulled the trigger. It's not God the one who raped somebody, So you can't blame God. You have to understand that this is something that an individual chose to do. They're the ones that are responsible for this, not God. I was asked this at a very young age. I think I was 17 years old. This was just before I went into the Army. My best friend in the world, his name was Kevin, and I love this guy with all my heart. He was like my brother. And but he was having some philosophical problems. He couldn't wrap his head around God, you know. And by 17, I had a pretty good impression of God already. But and I without me knowing it, I was speaking God's word before I even knew what God's word was. You know, so we would get into philosophical questions, like most friends do, especially at the curious years. We're in our curious years. We're teenagers. We're trying to understand what life is throwing at us. So, and his simple question was Jerry, do you believe in God? I said, yeah, I believe in God. I didn't know. I'd never read the Bible, but I was. Now, I'm not very proud to say this, but I'm going to say it. I was baptized, a Catholic. I was received communion as a Catholic, and I was confirmed as a Catholic when I was 13 years old. I think I was maybe 9 years old when I received communion for the first time. Of course, I was a baby when I was baptized, so I don't remember that. But I got baptized again when it meant something to me. That this was something I wanted to do. So I'm just doing some shuffling things around here to get in position. So I was already. I had religious instructions. I knew the Our Father prayer, and I knew the Hail Mary and all that. Everything the Catholic Church teaches you, I was very familiar with. Okay, so I wasn't going along with most of it, but I was certainly aware of it. But the seed of God was planted in me way before I was even received communion. Yeah, I was seeing angels at age 7. I was looking at angels flying around my room. Yeah. So I believed that God was with me then, but I didn't know that, and I didn't even know that seeing angels was something odd. To me, this was completely normal, seeing these things flying around my room. I mean, they amused me, and I think that was their purpose, to amuse me. But at the same time, I believe that they were there to put something inside of my heart that I was not aware of what was happening. But, so to answer my friend, I said, yeah, I believe in God. So he says, and so now he's got a rationale problem. He's trying to square why he said, why do you think bad things happen? Now I know why he's asking this, because a lot of bad things are happening in his life as well as my life. We're in the streets of Brooklyn, South Brooklyn, okay, and Park Slope, Brooklyn. These were mean streets, and we lived. I mean, every other word out of somebody's mouth was F this, F that, always fighting, always violence. This is the world we were living in. Okay, so although we grew up in it and we became stronger for it, while we were going through it, it was still confusing to us to say, well, if there's a God, why is he letting all these bad things happen? And I asked the same questions at times. I would say, God, why did this person have to overdose on drugs? My own brother, a year earlier, overdosed on drugs and died when I was 16. So I'm 17 now, and I'm talking to my friend, and he's asking me why God allows these things to happen. I knew then that I was a messenger of God. I knew the moment he was asking me these questions, I knew I was a messenger of God because I had the right words to tell him. And that was It's not God that does these bad things. It's people. People do bad things to each other. God, believe me, is sitting back and very sorrowful for the things that the evil that people do to one another. But it's not God that does it. It's the person that does it. So he says, but he said, but why does God let babies die? I said again, that's not God's fault. This is the fault of many thousands of years of evolution and genealogy and things passed down in the blood, chemicals in the food, the air that we breathe. All these things cause sicknesses. And why does this happen? You can go right back to the laws of Moses. Because we didn't maintain the hygiene and the love of the land the way we were taught to. Okay? Where we're supposed to let the land rest every 7 years. For a whole year, the land has to rest. The seventh day is the day of rest. Okay? So, why is a baby getting sick, getting pneumonia, getting cancer, getting leukemia, whatever it is, heart murmurs? They have a miniature heart and they can't survive. Why are there deformities in babies? It's all because of everything we're consuming. That's the reason why. And where do we get everything we consume? It's not like we pull it out of our pockets. We go to a store and buy it. And who makes the things that are in the stores? All those big corporations like General Foods and all those other companies. Nestle, Chef Boyardee, Sara Lee, Swanson's TV dinners, you name it. And the food that you think that you're eating that's fresh, it's not like pre-made food. Well, you go out and you buy yourself a piece of meat. Well, how do you think that meat was made? Trust me, that animal was fed tons of chemicals in order so that it can produce more meat and get fatter. So the animal is being fed chemicals. So as fresh as you want to be, and even the vegetables that they pull off the tree are all being fed chemicals. So, and where did all those chemicals end up? Inside your body. That's where they end up. Okay? And if you're a woman who's pregnant, and you think you're eating all the right foods, you are. As best as the foods that are available to you. Unless you're living on a desert island somewhere growing your own food. And it's completely organic, untouched by man. Okay? That's what organic means. In other words, this is complete natural production of food. So, unless it's organic, and untouched by any chemicals, pesticides, and all that other stuff, you must know they have to spray pesticides on these fruits and vegetables and everything that's growing on trees in order to keep all the insects away to stop them from eating the fruits and vegetables that are growing on the trees. Otherwise, there's no crop. And they do the same thing for birds and all that other stuff to keep them away. They want the crop, and they don't care what they have to do to preserve it. So look at any food that's in a package or in a bottle, and you'll see that there are preservatives to keep that food available so that it can be consumed, eaten. So, but you're going to turn around and blame God that this baby died. It died after 3 days or a month or a year. Or even 10 years, That's not God that does this. These are all the effects of thousands of years of consumption of things made by man that goes into our bodies that are literally, they're feeding us cancer. Okay? And so one of the first questions they ask you when you have cancer, if you have cancer, hopefully you don't, but one of the first questions they will ask you is there anyone in your family that has cancer? Why are they asking you that? Because it's hereditary. It's passed down in your genes from one person to another. So whatever ailments and diseases that they carried in their bloodline, guess what? You inherited every one of those genes and ailments and diseases and viruses. Now, if anyone's ever seen the movie War of the Worlds, which I've seen hundreds of times, for some reason it fascinates me, because in this movie, the end of the moral of the story is give glory to God for the things He's done to us. Because even though we're being poisoned to death, the poisons we've become accustomed to, you know. And the more we evolve, hopefully, the more our body is supposed to be able to fight off these diseases. We have vaccinations for them, polio, things like that, measles, all kinds of stuff, mumps, flu, all these things. We got vaccines for everything. And if it's not a vaccine, it's a flu. And if it's not, like Vicks, NyQuil, whatever you want. And if it's not a liquid, it's a pill. Okay? So it's either an injection, a pill, or a liquid to fight off things that are ailing you right now. Okay? So we have medicines for that. Okay? Not natural herbs, which God produced, but we have man-made medicines. Those medicines are poisoning us, but for the moment we feel better. So as long as we feel better, everything's okay. Yeah, and that's really all we want. We just want to feel better. We don't care how we feel better. We just want to feel better because we feel sick. So you take an aspirin, okay? But you have no idea what's in that aspirin, do you? It's a pain reliever. Oh, well, okay, but it's also got other chemicals. And if you tried to read the chemicals that are in it, you couldn't even pronounce them. You have no idea what they're putting in these things. These are all chemicals. So when you see a commercial for Dow Chemicals, you might be thinking, well, Dow Chemicals, well, they make all kinds of aircraft and things like that, things that go into cars. And, no, these are things that go into your body. Okay, yeah, they do that other stuff too. They make plastics, because that's where chemicals come. Plastics, okay, rubber, all that other stuff. Asbestos, they make that too. Even though asbestos, they already know asbestos is extremely hazardous to human beings, but that doesn't stop them from keep making it. They still make it. And they're still making huge amounts of money from it. So when a building collapses and you see all that dust that forms, especially at the World Trade Center, which I was at, okay, and you have all the air that's all around, floating around, and you're breathing that air in. What you're breathing in is the asbestos that's behind those walls that you have no idea that's there. It's called insulation. So, and if it's not asbestos, well, they're going to use fiber. You've seen that fiberglass. They're using fiberglass, and they put it in the form of a cotton, like it's cotton candy, and that's supposed to be insulation. Do you ever try inhaling fiberglass? You know what glass does to your lungs? Now imagine it being that fiberglass being pulverized, melted down, turns into ashes. It's still fiberglass though, okay? And that goes into your lungs. So what do you think's going to happen? Well, your lungs are going to get damaged. Were my lungs damaged down at the World Trade Center? Absolutely. For 6 months, I was coughing up black soot. I was literally falling down on the ground, coughing up black soot from the World Trade Center event. For 6 months, I couldn't breathe. And they gave us these, paper masks. They didn't give it to us right away. It happened on Tuesday. We didn't even see any paper masks until Saturday. What's that, 5 days? 4 days? Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's 5 days. 5 days we went without even the paper masks, let alone gas masks. Or, the chemical masks, with the round thing on the side to filter the air that you're breathing. We didn't have those. They came later, but we didn't have. None of the firemen had them. None of the police officers had them. And I was with the police officers. Yeah. None of the construction workers had them. Did you see them? I mean, did you see any of them wearing masks? I mean, you might have seen them wearing a mask, but you know what? It was 80 degrees. It was hot, and you're sweating. Believe me, you can't even breathe through these paper things. What good are they? And it's not stopping all those miniature fibers that are coming right through it. And most of the times when you breathe through those things, the air is going in through the sides that you're trying to breathe, which is not coming through the paper because it's preventing you from breathing. So the air is being sucked in through the sides. It's not hermetically sealed, So even if you're wearing it, what good is it? That's why masks is a joke. Believe me, if there's toxins out there in the air, your mask is not going to help you. But wear it to have a sense of security. And that's all it is. It gives you a sense of security. But this gets back to my point of you're consuming all these chemicals, and then you say, why does God allow people to get sick and die? God doesn't allow any of that. In fact, God commanded against it. God commanded against abusing the earth. And that means everything in the earth. All the fruits, the vegetables, the cattle, the beasts of the earth. What? Just leave them alone. Be natural, okay? Don't introduce chemicals. If God wanted them to be fatter, he would have made them fatter. You're not satisfied that you've got 100 million cows? You want to take those 100 million cows and turn it into 150 million worth of meat. That's called greed. And that's what happens, and that's why they use all these chemicals. They want this thing to go as far as possible so that they can do what? Make as much money as possible from this product, which doesn't even belong to them. It belongs to the earth. But who's making the profits off of it? Have you gone to buy stuffing for your turkey yet? I remember when it was like 25 cents to buy stuffing for the turkey. You get the box. My mother used to make it homemade, but, you could buy the box, and the box ain't bad. But have you seen the price of bread? Or the eggs and everything else that you have to put into the stuffing? Have you seen the price of eggs? Okay. Who's getting this money? It's not you. It's the corporations. So who are the evil ones here? It's the evil corporations, and they don't give a damn whether you die or not. They could care less. Well, as long as they're getting their money, you know what? It's better they should die and decrease the population. To them, this is something they want to do. They want to kill you. And they're all in agreement on this because all these powerful men like Bill Gates, his philosophy is the less people in the world, the better. This way, the elite of us, we can live longer if there's less people. So right now we got about 7 billion people in the world. He wants to get that down to 500 million. That's what he wants it down to, so that everybody can continue to live. How idiotic is that? So everybody should die so that you should live. That makes sense. Practically 7 or 6.5, 6 billion 999. I'm sorry, 999 5.5 million people should die so that 500 million of you could live. Really? But I'm a philanthropist. I donate millions of dollars. Yeah, you donate millions of dollars worth of medications, which are killing us, machines, which are killing us. You put us in environments, buildings, housing with asbestos and everything else, which is killing us. But yeah, you're a nice guy. Thank you. And every place where you put us or build buildings for us to live in, which, I mean, we get shuffled around like cattle. I don't know whether you realize it or not. We're the cattle, okay? And they're the shepherds, okay? And they're the shepherds of this world. That's why God holds the shepherds responsible for the flock, okay? If you're going to run this world, and they are running it, okay? So if you're going to run this world, these sheep are under your care. But you don't care about the sheep. All you care about is getting the meat from the sheep. And by meat, I mean your sweat, your years of life. They take everything from you. When you die, you go into your grave with nothing. The same way you came into this world is the same way you're leaving. But when they die, yeah, they go into the grave the same way, but they're not leaving nothing. Okay? They're leaving trillions and billions of dollars to their next generation. That's what they're leaving behind. Okay? So they've got their fortunes, and they'll just keep adding to every little nickel, every little dime just keeps increasing their fortune. That's why, I'll give away 100 million, but you know what I'm going to make from that 100 million that I just gave away? Probably about 100 billion, which is 1,000 times more than what I just gave. But I'm getting back. So if I give you 100 million, I'm going to make 100 billion from that. That's what they're thinking. So yeah, this is a small investment to make a huge profit. And remember, it takes money to make money. So they got to invest money in order to make money. But they make it appear as though they're doing you a favor. Okay? They're not doing you a favor. And there's no such thing as a free lunch. But everybody thinks there is. Especially Democrats, people that keep voting for Democrats. Everybody thinks, well, I'm getting all this free stuff. Yeah, okay, you are getting it. But you're also being poisoned to death with drugs and alcohol, prostitution, rapists, felons. You got all kinds of things going on in your neighborhood. Yeah, but you're getting free stuff. You got a nice pair of sneakers. Good for you. You're driving Hot Wheels. Yeah, you got yourself your Cadillac or your Mercedes-Benz or your BMW, which the government paid for. Okay? Anything to keep you happy so that you don't stop doing what you're doing. They'll pay your rent. Yeah, we'll pay your rent because we know that, the more things we do for you, the quicker you're going to die. Okay, so that's it. And if you don't die, well, we'll send you to one of our hospitals so that we can keep you alive long enough so that we can keep billing the insurance company. So there's Peter taking from Paul, and they're both stealing from each other. Okay? And you're the guinea pig. You're the piece of cattle that's being shifted around from Peter to Paul. Because after Paul gave you all the chemicals, now Peter is the guy that's going to give you all the medication to fix you. Okay? And he's going to keep you alive as long as possible. And your family members are going to want to do the same thing. Why? Because they love you. But they're not considering you. They're considering themselves. Now, and I know this because I did the exact same thing with my own mother. I wanted my mother to be around as long as possible. And I agreed with my brother. I said, whatever it takes to keep her alive, do this. If we can get another year for her, then give her another year. That was my mentality. Not realizing that, during that year, they're going to keep pumping that poison into her to keep her alive. I'm not even thinking about that because I'm thinking about how I don't want her to die. And it's the same thing like I said. When you're in pain, you want an aspirin. You're not thinking about what's in the aspirin. You just want the pain to go away. That's all you're thinking about. The only thing on your mind, please stop this pain. I don't care what. Give me an injection. Give me some Vicks NyQuil, whatever it takes. But please take this pain away. This is philosophy, folks. This is real philosophy. Okay, this is the reality of life. Now I say Plato was a philosopher, yeah. A philosopher of modern times, but not, and sometimes a philosopher of the heart, which he knew dictated the actions of a man. But he also knew that man's destiny was already laid out for them. He knew that too. He wasn't stupid, Plato, but he would manipulate these children that he's teaching, just like the churches do. They manipulate the children into a sense of security in themselves rather than God above, to rely on themselves. So, so he gives you this false sense of bravado that you're all things, that you can do all things. That was his philosophy. That with man all things are possible if he would just temper himself and moderate his thoughts and not reveal his inner self to people where they can take advantage of his inner self. So basically what he was telling people is protect your inner self and may your muscles and strength be your armor. Now, I also know that the Greeks believed in Apollo and all those other things, and Zeus and all these other false gods. And then he would tell you, and the gods will be with you because you're a virtuous man. A virtuous man is a man who's in control of all of his emotions. That's being virtuous. Who's able to control his anger. That's a virtue. These are virtues. That's what a virtuous man is. A person with virtues, okay, and traits. Now you have good virtues and you have bad virtues, but Plato's trying to teach them about both, good and bad virtues. And how these children will use that is strictly up to them. And that's what Plato would tell them. Listen, I'll give you the tools and tell you these are the tools, these are the virtues that you need to learn. So he'll pound that in. What you do with them after that, that's your business. I'm just preparing you for, hey, this is the world you're living in. And this is the way to either be powerful or to be weak. So Plato never emphasized weakness. He always emphasized strength. That was Plato, okay? One of our great philosophers, okay? But what I'm telling you now is greater philosophy than he ever taught. Because, see, Plato was, just look at his name. He was a famous guy. Everybody, who hasn't heard of Plato or Socrates? These are all the great philosophers of their time, So, Sigmund Freud, he's a wonder. Yeah, okay, I'm going to get into the ego and the psyche of the mind. Yeah, okay. All you're doing is you're playing with my head. You're feeding me false information so that I can be a puppet. That's what you want. You want me to be a puppet. And Plato's doing the same thing. He's getting these children ready for war, which he knows is coming. Okay, so he gives them all kinds of, oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? So he's preparing these children for war. Okay, that's really what he's doing. And he's trying to give them virtues where they have strength and armor, and to use everything in their power to be the best at what they can be. And wherever they're lacking, well, don't worry, Apollo and Zeus will come down and help you. You know? What he's saying is not far off, but it's what he's training them to do is he's training them to be killers. Okay? Heartless killers. To not show their emotions. So when you kill somebody, you do it and you go and have some wine and honey after that. Just another day. And you can't show emotion about what you're doing, because if you do, the people that work under you, well, they're going to see that you're a weak person. And if they see weakness in you, they will prey upon your weakness. That's what Socrates and Plato teaches. Not that the world is going to use you up and spit you out. He's not teaching that. He's teaching them how to be soldiers. That's it. And hopefully he's successful so that they have great fighters within their own armies. That's what Plato was doing. That's what Socrates was doing. This was a matter of, what do they call it? Mind control. Brainwashing. That's really what it is. And we see this every day. Believe me, all of these subtle things are all around you, everywhere you look. And you can't even avoid it if you tried. If you step outside your door, you're thrust into the world. And once you're thrust into the world, you can't avoid seeing signs on the wall. Drink Coca-Cola. Okay, yeah. Have you looked at a Coca-Cola bottle? Yes, lately? And seen everything that's in that Coca-Cola? All the chemicals? Oh, they got caramel coloring, and red dye number 12. You know, yeah. Guess who's making all those chemicals? Dow Chemicals is making all that. If not Coca-Cola themselves. But originally, Coca-Cola, and this is why it gave you such pep, okay? It's because it had cocaine in it. That's why it was called Coke. Okay? Cocaine. What do they call cocaine? Hey, you got any Coke? I'm not talking about soda. I'm talking about cocaine. I want to sniff it so I can get some pep. Yeah. That's what Coca-Cola was. Poison. People were drinking it up for a nickel. This is during World War II. For a nickel, you get yourself a Coca-Cola. Nice ice-cold Coca-Cola. It's so refreshing, you'll feel great when you drink it. And believe me, they weren't lying. Yeah, you're going to feel real good after you drink that Coca-Cola. Why do you think people drank it? And then, of course, eventually the FDA said, hey, you got to stop putting cocaine inside this drink. You can't do that. You know? Oh, can we put opium? No. And they wouldn't put opium anyway because they wanted to be peppy and have a good time and dance, you know. And everybody's having fun, you know. Drink Coke, yeah. You know, that's what they want. They want you to be very happy. And any Coca-Cola commercial you looked at, I like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. You have to laugh. You have to laugh because of what these advertisements, what they do to you. And they brainwash you. At McDonald's, 2 all beef patties, pickle sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. I feel like I'm George Carlin right now. Because this is what George Carlin used to do. He would rattle these things off like crazy. He always cracked me up. Because everything he says is true. Nothing George Carlin said was not true. He may have exaggerated a little bit, but it was true. The basis of his argument was always based on truth. But he made it funny But he's telling you the truth. George Carlin was a prophet in his own time. And if you have a chance to see any George Carlin shows, I recommend you see them, because not only will they make you laugh, but they're going to reveal to you the outer world that you're not seeing with your own eyes. Because everything else is being thrust at you. Gigabytes per second is being thrust at you. Once you step outside your door, once you step outside your door, that's it. It's over. You become susceptible to whatever the world is pumping out at the moment. And if it's some wacko, radical person that wants to just kill people, yeah, you're susceptible to that as well. Unfortunately. Why? Because that's what we've been grooming. Radical people. People that have no more heart, soul. And that's the sad part. That's where we're at now. Jesus said, in the end days, the love of many will grow cold. And they will be lovers of themselves. Yeah. I'm sure you recognize that. What, Black Lives Matter? Yeah, okay, you're the only ones that matter? I know your life matters, but mine doesn't? My life doesn't matter? Because that's what you're saying. If you're saying Black Lives Matter, well, that means one thing to me. Only your life matters, not mine. I'm sorry about what happened to you 150 years ago, but God, get over it. Come on. 150 years, you're not over it yet? You weren't even around when that was happening. You didn't exist. And I don't see any change on you. And I do see that you're getting paid lots of government money. Government money. Yeah. Going straight into your pocket. Our white people who don't matter, we're the ones that are supporting your black ass. We're the ones putting you through college so you could become a doctor, a lawyer, an attorney general, or the mayor of New York, or the president of the United States. Yeah, we did that. You're welcome. But with you came all your radical animosity. You're angry about something that happened 150 years ago. I'm not even angry about what happened yesterday. And you're carrying this around like a badge of honor. Well, my great-great-great-great-granddaddy was treated unfairly. Yeah, I realize that. So was mine. I don't know if you're aware of the Irish people and the Italians. Okay, if you want to know about the Italians, look up Louisiana and see what they did to the Italians. And in New York, what they did to the Irishmen. Okay, the moment they got off the boat from Ireland, starving, they were given a bowl of soup, a blue uniform, and a gun, and sent right from the boat right out into the field. Go fight. You want to be in this country? You got to fight for it. For what was it, $10 a month? So you got to give your life. So, but that $10 was like more like $100 today, or maybe even $1,000. I mean, for a penny, you can get a whole meal for a penny, 5 cents. Imagine what you could get for $10 in those days. So the Civil War, so while your people, are being emancipated, okay, it was the Irish that came in and did it. I don't know if you're aware of that. I'm aware of it. All the old Dools and the O'Donnells. And why do you think there's so many Irish cops in New York? Because that's where they all landed. Statue of Liberty, baby. Okay, yeah. They didn't have immigration rules then. Everybody was coming from around the world. but primarily they were coming from Ireland. Why? Because they were starving. But Irish people were used as slaves just like black people, whether you know this or not. And I don't really care whether you know it or not, but that is a fact. You're not the only people that were slaves. The Jews were slaves. Okay? And the Jews also had slaves. And the Italians were slaves. And mistreated. Now that's just my nationality. I'm not talking about the Filipinos and everybody else that was abused. You think you're the only one that was abused? Trust me, fella, you're not. You're not. And it really didn't last that long. It lasted about the same time it took to end it. 150 years ago? Well, the government was formed, I think, in 1797 or 1787, something to that. I think it's 1787. So it took about 130 years after that, 100, let's say 140 years after that, for the Civil War, so that you could be free. So as soon as we formed our own government, independent of England, it took us 140 years to finally get you squared away. But believe me, it wasn't the United States of America that were making you slave. That was England, my friend. England was the one going over to Africa, taking your great-great-grandpappy and your great-great-grandmammy, okay, and all your cousins and everybody, and throwing them on boats and chains. That was the English, okay? And the property that that's how England had its power, by selling slaves. And where would they sell them? To America. Yeah. Did Americans buy slaves? Yeah. You know why? Because we needed to build a nation. And there weren't enough of us. I'm not, and I'm including myself in that, yeah. Even though I wasn't here. I was born in 1954. I have no idea what was going on in 1797. But I'm familiar with history. And you go to the Washington Monument. I'm sure you know where that is, because that's where your check is signed from the Department of Treasury, which is right down a block. Okay, your check is signed there. Okay, and the Washington Monument. Guess who built that? At least half of it. Slaves. Somebody had to build it. While people were out fighting the war, slaves were the only ones available to be building up Washington, D.C. Yeah. You got problems, you know what? I got problems too. Okay? It's when you make your problems my problems that we have a problem. I don't go around knocking on your door saying, you know what, you black people, you're annoying me. I think you should leave. But that's what you would like us to do. You want us to leave. Okay, well, who's going to sign your checks then? You're not thinking about that. The stupidity of man never ceases to amaze me. Oh, we gotta take down the government. Black Lives Matter. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's defund the police. Yeah. Okay, yeah. While all you felons and criminals are all running around, eventually, the government's gonna say, you know what? We can't keep funding this. We can't. But the government will keep funding it. You know why? Because they want you to die. They love it when you riot and kill each other, especially in Chicago, which nobody hears about Chicago anymore. Why? It's the murder capital of the world. Blacks killing blacks, but you don't say nothing about that. But you blame white people for everything. Believe me, I'm not being racist here. I'm stating simple facts. If anybody is racist, it's you. It's like a fart. The one who smelt it, dealt it. Yeah. When you cry racism, you're the racist. So, believe me, I have nothing against black people. I do have something against people who take advantage of a system get paid to sit on our ass doing nothing. I have a problem with that. Now me, right now, I'm sitting on my ass doing nothing, but I'm in retirement. What's your excuse? And before that, I was disabled again, but I worked my entire life since I was 7 years old. I worked, and I know you worked too. You worked hard at stealing, so that you can go to a club and buy your new fly hat, you know, and your Nikes, your kicks. That wasn't what I was doing with my money. I was using my money to feed my belly so I could eat. Because I didn't have Uncle Sam sending me a check. Never had it. You guys had it from birth. Like I said, I'm making simple observations here, but for so many people that are starving, you got a lot of fat black women and fat black men. You're no different than anybody else. And you're certainly not starving, and I don't see any change on you, so please shut the hell up. We all got problems. Yours isn't the only one. And the only way, and it's not going to happen, but the only way that we can live in harmony is to live in harmony together. That there is no such thing as black, white, Puerto Rican, brown, yellow, red, purple, whatever colors you want to use, or the rainbow, whatever things you want to use, which you people love putting labels on everything. I mean, the alphabet, you're running out of letters, you know, with the LBQRSTUVWXYZ, you're running out of letters. So there's only 26 of them. You know, I guess you're going to have to start using numbers after that. But do you see how ridiculous this is? And who puts these labels on everybody? It's not me. I'm not putting. I don't put a label on you. You know. You call yourself an African American. I call myself an American. I could call myself an Irish American or Italian American or an Irish Italian American, but I don't. It really sounds silly to even say that I'm an Irish Italian American, but I am one. But and it's not like I'm proud of my roots. I'm really not. But I know that these are my ancestors. Without them, I wouldn't be here. I know that for a fact. Without my predecessors, me, I would not be here talking to you right now. Begins with my mom and everybody before her. And this goes all the way back to Adam. But primarily, it really goes back to Noah. Because Adam's bloodline died during the flood. Noah was the only one left. So all the bloodlines, and I know people say Abraham is the father of a nation, but guess what? He's not. Noah is the father of the world. Adam was the first man, absolutely. But there was one man left. I mean, he had sons, but there was still one man, the captain of that ark, and that was Noah. Everybody else is dead. Okay? But, which means we're all one people. I don't know if you get that. But you want to stop it. Well, okay, well, you know what? 150 years ago, you had us in chains. Yeah, maybe they did. But I don't think you were in chains the whole time. You were in chains on the boat coming over here, so you wouldn't jump off. Yeah. How is it physically possible for you to do any kind of work in chains? They knew once they got you here, where are you going to go? Now, you're not going to swim back to Africa. Right? There ain't no boat that you can make that's big enough to get there. And if you even build it, they'll see it before you even try to take off. So you ain't getting back to Africa, so there's nowhere for you to run. And wherever you do run, if you run west, you're going to run into Indians who'll kill you. And if you run in any other direction, 360 degrees, they see a darky, which is what they call them, a darky running around loose. They say, wait a minute. That's got to be an escaped slave. Well, guess what? You're caught. Now, you might make it to the north. Hopefully you can. Which a lot of people did through the Underground Railroad. You know, I understand your plight. Believe me, I'm very familiar with it. You made sure I am. But I also made sure to look into it. And believe me, you have my sympathies. But it wasn't me that enslaved you, nor anybody living today. Your argument is not with me. It's with the ancestors. And they're all dead. So really what you're doing is you're talking to a wall. Because there's nobody that cares. I mean, I do care, but there's nothing I can do about it. And there's nothing you can do about it. This is history. It's over. Next page. So, you want philosophy? That's what I've been giving you. Philosophy is truth, facts. What we really should be concentrating on, and what's the most important thing, and I know that most people, even the wicked, no one wants to die. No one wants to be left alone. We all want love. Okay? No matter how wicked you are, how arrogant you are, how narcissistic you are. And narcissists are the biggest ones of all, who want love the most. Because they think they're the center of attention. Well, you might think that you're the center of attention, but you're not. You only think you are. But we all want these things. We're all human beings. We all have these same emotions. But some people choose to do evil things. Some people choose not to. That's what defines us as human beings. Not as black, white, Puerto Rican, Mexican, Asian, Muslim, whatever. I hate all these labels. All these factions, you know. We do, and while we're all, these factions are all fighting each other, all the bigwigs are laughing their butts off, saying, yeah, I hope they all kill each other. Which we're doing. We're obliging them. We're doing it. We're killing each other. For what? For the same piece of bread. We both want that same piece of bread. Okay. I get that. But the enemy is not me. It's the guy who's denying you the bread. That's the enemy. Not me. I'm not denying you the bread. I mean, I may want to get my hands on it before you. Yeah. Because I'm hungry too. But I'm not the enemy. The enemy is the guy who makes the bread. And the guy who's keeping it off the shelves. And they got, just like in the days of Pharaoh, they had all the granaries full of wheat while people were starving. Okay? But all the royal houses, yeah, they all had food. They weren't starving. Well, but the peasants, that's us folks, by the way. We're the peasants. Even if you're making $1 million a year, you're a peasant. You're nothing. You're a fly speck on a wall to them. You're nothing. You're a millionaire. That doesn't even mean anything today. Now, if you were a millionaire 100 years ago, that might have meant something. Today, I can go through $1 million like water. The first thing I do is probably help all my children. But $1 million doesn't go far today. We owe $31 trillion in debt that we borrowed that we don't even have. We don't have the money to pay that back. Someday, somebody's going to get the check and say, okay, balance is due. Okay? And we're just going to say, well, you know what? I got to go to the men's room. I'll be right back. And I'm gone. Because China, you're not getting your money. Whatever we borrow from you, thank you for the loan, but you're not getting any money. But also, you're welcome for all the, oil that and everything else, all the resources you've received from our country, where you raped our country. You're welcome. So consider it we're even. All the taxes you levied on our exports, you're welcome. Like I said, there's no free lunches. So while China, they may lend us money. In fact, a lot of nations may lend us money. It's not just China. But for the most part, we're usually giving out money, which doesn't make sense to me. We borrow money from China so that we can give it to somebody else. Why doesn't the other person borrow it from China? Why does it got to go through us? Why do we get stuck with the bill? But that doesn't even matter. These are trifles. These things don't even matter. Okay, we know what the plan of the enemy is. Okay, we already know. And if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm about to reveal it to you. They want us to die. They don't care about our religion, our faith, what God we follow. They could care less. All they care about is using our bodies as guinea pigs for all the chemicals they're pumping into us, and then for all the hospitals they're going to use to make us well again. That's what we're here for. Okay? And that includes the rich. But the rich's plan, here's the plan for the evil rich. Okay? Their plan is, it's not necessarily for themselves, but for their children after them. They think that there's going to constantly be more and more tomorrows. That's what they believe. They're talking about things for the year 2400, 2439. That's what they're thinking about. They're thinking about hundreds of years from now, 400 years from now. That's what they're thinking about. They're not thinking about today. They could care less about today. All they know is today, you know what, give me that dime, because that's going into my treasury. And the more dimes I accumulate, the greater my treasury, the greater I can pass it down to my children. Because I know I'm going to die. But in 2,400 years, when it's 2439, yeah, my family's going to be alive. Yours won't, but mine will. Why? Because I built the foundation for my generations after me. And pretty much that's what we're here to do. Just like parents give birth to children, you have one mother gives birth to 6 children. Okay. She multiplied herself by 6. Okay? She already did her part. She created the next generation. Now, if you were like these evil rich people, well, then you would provide for those generations, okay, which you gave birth to. That's your function as a parent, is to provide for your children. That's your function. But the evil that twisted this whole thing around is, well, they're using all these so-called peasants, anybody who's not making $1 billion a year or less. Anybody who's making $1 billion a year or less is a peasant to them. Okay? Joe Biden, you're a peasant. Okay? Yeah, you're stealing millions of dollars, but you're not a billionaire. Donald Trump is a peasant. He's in the billionaire club. Okay? He might have 1 or maybe 2 billion, maybe 3 or 5 billion. But he's still a peasant. He's not even close to the upper crust. But he's in the A crowd. Yeah. He He can almost touch the diamond. It's right in front of him, but he's never gonna grab that diamond because there's these powers that be that rule the world. They're not ruling just America or just Chicago or just New York. They're ruling everything. Okay? This is the beast. This is the beast spoken of over 2,000 years ago. This is the beast. The beast is us, but it's not us. We're the subjects of the beast. And that's why the Bible says, who is able to make war against the beast? No one. Because nobody knows who the beast is. The beast is all of these conglomerates, global conglomerates that are doing everything in their power to rape this world for everything that they can get from it, for their own generations, for their own family. And to heck with everybody else. They don't care about anybody else. You die. And when there's a war, they're funding both sides of the war, just like Biden is doing right now in Israel. He's funding Hamas and he's funding Israel, just like the Rothschilds did during World War II and World War I, and all the other wars before that in Europe, and the French and German wars, and the French-English wars with Napoleon. Who do you think is funding all that? It's these bigwigs. This goes back thousands of years. Okay, you've got to remember where this started, and remember what I told you about how you inherited all these genes from your ancestors, the things that make you sick. Guess what? Those inheritances, all the way back to the days of Pharaoh and Babylon, okay, and Rome and Greece, all the great powers that took over, that ruled the entire world, that stole all the treasury of Solomon's mines, okay, which everybody's still looking for. You know where all those treasures are? They're in the Vatican. The biggest, littlest country on earth, which is probably just a few square blocks. And they're the richest country on the earth. That's where the money is. That's the power. That's the false prophet. That's the false teacher behind all of this evil. Now, yeah, they're an antichrist. Yes, it's those empires that have been built. God named them. The first one is Egypt. The second one is Assyria. The third is Israel. The fourth one is Babylon. The fifth one is Medo-Persia. The sixth one is Greece. And the seventh one is Rome. Rome has been ruling this world since they took over. I mean, not since they took over Jerusalem. Way before that. Rome was ruling the world before they ever even took over Palestine. Rome was a nation in 753 BC. But they were hiding for 700 years until they popped their heads up against Israel. 700 years they were in hiding, building an army big enough to take over the world and ultimately, finally, rule the world forever after that. That's why all the descriptions that Daniel talks about all end at Rome. If you read Daniel, all of Daniel, might be chapter 3, where Nebuchadnezzar is telling Daniel about his dream. Okay, he dreamed of a statue, head of gold, the neck of silver, chest of brass, and then the legs of iron, and the toes were iron and clay. And that's where it ends. It ends at Rome. Rome is that last, and the two legs would be a divided empire. Yeah, Rome was two empires. They had Western Rome and Eastern Rome. The Byzantine Roman And Constantine was the emperor of Rome in Byzantine, in the Eastern Rome. And you had Western Rome, which is still there today, but Eastern Rome is gone. But not the traditions. Those traditions are well founded into every aspect of our lives, and no one is even aware of it. But if any of you have a calendar in your house, then you should be aware of it. 'Cause what you're looking at is Roman dictatorship on your calendar. Your calendar was created by the Romans. Every day on it, and every celebration that the Romans have, which we still honor through these false traditions of Christmas, Easter, Lent, all these other things. And they got a day for every saint. Okay? The church doesn't make saints. God makes saints. Church doesn't forgive sins. God forgives sins, if he wants to. So where's the treasure of Solomon? Well, it's probably in the basement of the Vatican, along with the Ark of the Covenant, and that vacuum-sealed Vatican, which is holding all of that stuff. They've got all the books that ever existed throughout all time. I mean, any books that ever existed through time, and anything that was ever discovered, they confiscate. They've got the Dead Sea Scrolls. They got it all. You name it, they've got it. There isn't anything that they don't have. They have it all. So we fool ourselves into thinking that, you know what, yeah, we are our own gods and we're running our own world. And we're in charge of our own lives, just like Socrates and Plato taught that we should be doing. We should be our own gods and rule our own destiny, create our own destinies. That was the philosophy. That's what was being taught. But that's facade. Just to get you to be a good soldier and go out and do your duty and die for your country. That's it. I don't mind dying. I mean, I would die for my country because of the people that are in it. I would die to save the people in my country. Yeah, if someone's coming after us and they want to attack us, believe me, put me on the front lines. Yeah, I want to defend this country against all enemies. And I took oaths to do that when I went into the Army at 18 years old. That's 51 years ago. I took oaths to protect this country. And I've never forsaken that oath. I will protect this country till I die. But I'm not going to allow some communist pig to go into the White House and throw all of this that we built away because he wants to buy votes. And the only way he can buy votes is being popular with the mainstream of what's going on today. And that mainstream happens to be a progressive, liberal mainstream, which means anything goes. So if I go along with anything goes, I'm popular and I'll get votes. That's why they call them liberals. That's why they call it progressives. Progressives mean, we've advanced way beyond traditional ways of living, traditional beliefs, and now we've advanced into a new age where anything goes. You can do and be anything you want to be. If you want to identify as a coconut, you can identify as a coconut or a banana, if you choose. You can be whatever you want to be. Just say it, and it's so. That's called being your own God. Anything you want to be or aspire to be, you can be. That's the message from the progressives. You don't have to do any work to do this. Just say it, and it's so. And everybody has to respect that. getting back to more current news, a guy, it's on Fox News about this man was arrested for calling someone a fat lesbian. Now, that might seem like an insult, but I think he was simply stating a fact. He didn't call her a stupid fat lesbian. There was no profanity used. And the fact that she's a lesbian, well, that's a fact. That's not, if you're speaking the truth, then what's the crime? Okay? The crime is, well, she's a lesbian and she happens to be extremely overweight. So yes, she's fat. Now, maybe fat may not be the word of the day. Maybe overweight is the word. If you're politically correct. Okay? So you say, oh, well, she's obese. No, oh no, she's a big woman. Okay? Well, that's the same thing as fat. Okay? Now when you say somebody's a fat slob, that's an insult. Now if I say you're a fat homosexual, well, I'm just stating a fact. You're a homosexual and you're fat. These are two facts. But this man was arrested for saying that this person, 2 words, fat lesbian. Well, am I wrong that you're a lesbian? No. Am I wrong that you're fat? No. Then why am I being arrested? Why is he being arrested for saying the truth? She's fat, and well, if it's a lesbian, I'm sure it's a female. If she's fat and she's a lesbian, what did he say wrong? I mean, if there was a questionnaire and they said, well, would you consider yourself thin, medium, large, or extra large? What box do you think she would check off? Thin? I don't think so. Are you gay, lesbian, bisexual, So you check, well, I'm a lesbian. Okay. So you fill that out on a form, but nobody's allowed to say that to you. What you will gladly put on a form so that you can be a protected class. So because they're a protected class, you can't say nothing to them. You can't even tell them the truth. You're fat and you're a lesbian. Okay. What did I say that was untrue? Because that's called libel if it's untrue. But if I'm stating a simple fact, well, you know what? You're wearing a blue coat. Do I get arrested for saying you're wearing a blue coat? No. It's you. You're in front of me. You have a blue coat on, and I'm stating a simple fact that you're wearing a blue coat. So I should go to jail for this. That's how far we've come. From traditional values where, you know what? I don't know. Archie Bunker had it right. Yeah. Boy, the way Glenn Miller played songs that made the hit parade. Guys like us, we had it made. Those were the days. And you knew who you were then. Girls were girls and men were men. Mister, we could use a man like Herbert Hoover again. Didn't need no welfare states. Everybody pulled their weight. Gee, our old LaSalle ran great. Those were the days. Prophetic indeed. I love that song and the prophecy of which it speaks, because even in the 70s they knew it was over. We're 40 years removed from that. But in the 70s they already knew things were bad. Well, I mean Vietnam. Couldn't get any worse than that. We have children rioting against the government. Okay, you have your right to protest. We have the hippie revolution of the 60s. Yeah, if you remember Archie Bunker's daughter and her husband, Michael, you know, the total liberal, wearing his bell bottoms and his Garrison belt, and her with her long hair with the flowers in her hair, his daughter. They were hippies. But you know what? Archie Bunker had a way of getting along with everybody. Because he said, you know what, look, we need to get along. Now, I may not like you, and you may not like me. So when George Jefferson moved in next door, right next door to Archie Bunker, probably the biggest racist of them all, and he made no bones about it. But I don't think he was really racist. He was just saying, well, you know what, you're different than me. And the fact, and even when Archie tried to sell his house, his neighbors would tell him, you can't sell it, because a black person wanted to buy Archie's house. He said, if you sell it, the value of our houses is going to go down if a black person. See, this was the signs of the times, People were afraid of each other. You let one black person in, they all come in. It's like roaches. No. But that was the signs of the times. But George Jefferson didn't take no lip from Archie Bunker, and Archie Bunker didn't take no lip from George Jefferson. But you know what? They both, deep down inside, they both liked each other, and they respected each other because they both spoke their mind. That's the thing that's missing. That's what's missing today. You're not allowed to speak your mind. You're not allowed to have a civil conversation without picking up a baseball bat and hitting somebody over the head. Now, maybe Archie and George Jefferson wanted to do that to each other, and they probably went at each other like, let me get him. But they never hit each other. And that's what men do. You have discussions. So if you don't agree with somebody, it was okay to tell them, I don't agree with you. You didn't have to go to jail for that. Like by saying, well, you're a fat lesbian. Oh, yeah, the fact that you're fat and you're a lesbian, I don't even think I insulted. I just stated a simple fact. How's that an insult? Now, if I called you a fat slob, that's an insult. I'm calling you a pig. But you're not a pig. You're a lesbian. Okay? And you wear that mantle with pride. So what did I do wrong? I mean, you want me to acknowledge that you're a lesbian. Isn't that so? I'm acknowledging you're a lesbian, but I'm also acknowledging you're fat. You're fat. But you can't handle that. So you have me arrested because I called you fat? That's what this is about? Because I called you fat? That's like saying I called you black. But you are black. Oh, he called me black. I didn't call you anything. I'm just stating the fact of that your color is black. Yeah. Yeah. In that regard, yeah, you're right. That's what I said. I'm not meaning it as anything disparaging about you. I'm just stating a simple fact that you're black. Now, you won't hesitate to call me a cracker, would you? Or that white dude. Why do you got to call me the white dude? Why not just that dude over there? Because that's what I call you. See that guy over there? Yeah, the guy with the big afro. No, not the guy with the bald head, with the big afro. He's got the comb sticking out of his head. Yeah. Now, I don't have to describe that you're black, but the things that I just said, you already know that he's black. But that could easily be a white hippie who happens to have very frizzy hair. And he's got an afro comb sticking out of his head. You see? You're assuming that I mean something bad when I may not be talking about a black man at all. And believe me, I lived during the days where people had afros. I wanted an afro. I thought it was cool. I like this big round thing around my head. Yeah. And when I was a kid, growing up, I had very curly hair. So I tried getting an afro, but I had no control over my hair. I couldn't control it, so I disregarded that. I just say, you know what, stick to the short hair, Jerry. Because no matter how long your hair gets, it's just gonna be more like Brillo than anything else. That's the kind of hair I had. Because my hair is too frizzy. You know, it's still frizzy, but at least now it's easy, much more easier to control. But at least it's straightened out, I guess, almost 69 years. Finally, it's starting to straighten out, but it was so curly. When I married my wife, I had like an afro. It was a short one, but yeah, my hair was all curls all around. I hardly even combed it. I would part it, which looked stupid. But I had an afro, 1978, I had an afro. It wasn't a long one, big round one, like like that, but it was closer to the head, but it was an afro nonetheless. But my hair was curly and frizzy. I guess girls like that, because most girls that I know have straight hair. Yeah. When they see somebody with curly hair, people are usually attracted to the opposite of what, opposites attract. Just physics. This is now my 4th cigarette in an hour and a half. That's how much I smoked. So, getting back to my friend's question, when I was 17 years old, he's asking me, why does God allow babies to die? Why does God allow all these things to happen? And it's not God that's doing all these things. That's the sad part. Everybody keeps blaming God. It's not God. It never was God. It wasn't God in the Garden of Eden that caused Adam to sin. And I don't even think it was Satan. I know a million people would want to tell me, and if I put this online, I know they're going to come out of the woodwork saying, what are you talking about? What is it saying? Of course it was Satan. But I'm going to lay out a very simple thing to you. Okay. Number one, in the Garden of Eden, Satan didn't sin. I can't think of a single time where Satan ever sinned. Not once. Now the Bible says, well, Satan was thrown down. But see, when they're referring to Satan, they're not talking about Lucifer. I know a lot of people connect Lucifer and Satan as being the same person, or entity, or spirit. But they're not. Lucifer has a name. His name is Lucifer. Just like Gabriel, just like Michael, just like Ariel, Raphael. His name is Lucifer, not Satan. Now, when God refers to Lucifer in Job, okay, he doesn't call him Satan. He calls him Lucifer. His name. Okay? Satan, you'll find Satan more in the New Testament than in the Old. Okay? In fact, I can't think of a single instance where I saw the word Satan in the Old Testament. I mean, I could be wrong, but at the moment I can't think of one. But in the New Testament, you'll see it probably 1,000 times. Who knows? I do see the devil. Okay, but see, now this is where my theory comes in, where you remove the word D from devil, and you've got what? You've got evil. Okay, you put an O after the D, and it calls do evil. That's where the word devil comes from, doing evil. And I know I'm talking on deaf ears right now, but words, as we know them today, are all derived from prior words. Okay? Um, I'll give you a good example of what I'm talking about, and I hope that you can follow me, because this is very simple. The word goodbye. See you later. Bye. Okay? Now, if you wrote the word bye on a paper, when you say bye, how do you spell that? It's spelled B-Y-E, right? It's not B-Y. Bye means next to. B-Y-E means bye. Bye. See ya. That's what it means. Bye means see ya. You look up the dictionary, the word B-Y-E means so long. Okay? Goodbye, that's also a derivative word. Okay? Now, I'm going to break this down for you so simple, but you're not going to believe me. Because, well, you know what? He's making this up. I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. Okay? If you look throughout the history books and look at Old English, okay, and remember, most of our current English is based on Old English, like thee, thou, thou'st, saith, all these things. They would put these extra letters, th, which were unnecessary. Instead of saying, hey, he said this. No, he saith this. It was, it was just unnecessary letters that weren't needed. But sometimes they would also add a letter, too, to make it change the word and change basically the meaning of the word while keeping the basic fundamental basis of the word, which is really what you need to go off of. What is the origin of this word? Okay, now when you say goodbye, well, what is good? Okay, when you think of good, what's the first thing that should come to your mind? And God saw that it was what? Good. So, when you think of good, you should be thinking of God. Okay? Right? Does that make any sense to you? Hopefully it does. So when you're thinking of good, you should be thinking of God. Okay? Because God is good. How many times, if you're a believing person, you've said that thousands of times. God is good. Okay? So, in this situation, that's exactly what happened. They changed the word God to God be with ye by, B-Y-E. They eliminated the B-E, but they left the Y-E. God be with ye. That was the original English. God be with you. That means, as you go away, may God be with you. That's what it means. God be with ye. Ye means you. I'm talking to you. God be with ye. That ye may know. That you may know. Ye. Okay, this is a simple word. Okay? And it's staring you in the face. B-Y-E. There's the Y-E. It's right there. God be with ye. Now they eliminated the word with altogether. That's gone. So they shortened it down to two simple words. Goodbye. But it's hyphenated. Why is it hyphenated? Because they really go together. When you say goodbye, you're supposed to use a hyphen in there. Okay? But most people even eliminated the hyphen. So now it's just goodbye. But now people even just say bye. They don't even say the good part. Bye, see ya. I don't even want to see ya. Wouldn't want to be you. Okay? But the same thing goes for the word devil. Where did that word come from? Devil. Okay? It's the same thing. The original English was to do evil. Well, that makes you a devil. Now, the Greek translations, and when Jesus says, well, he cast out demons and devils, the spirit that are in these people are not angels that are possessing them. It's themselves. We are our own worst enemies. We are the ones that do sin. We, us. It's us. It's always been us. It's never been no one else. Now, angels may help us in a battle. They may, excuse me. They may save you from drowning. They may pull you out of a burning car. Okay, but they don't possess you. They don't force you to do anything. Neither do demons. So there are no demons that possess you, and there are no angels that possess you. The Spirit of God is what possesses you. You're born with the Spirit of God. God put the Spirit of God into mankind from the beginning. That Spirit, and God said several times, my Spirit cannot contend with man much longer. In other words, I can't have my Spirit dwelling inside of a man who's so evil. It's man. We're the evil ones. We are the beast. I keep telling you this. I said, the global thing, there's no beast. Who can make war again? He doesn't exist because it's us. It's like we're making war against ourselves. Okay, we are the beast. It's always been us. There is no Antichrist that's going to come and say, hey, I'm God. Follow me. I'm God. No, there's not going to be anybody that does that. They don't need to do that. Believe me, we're doing well enough alone destroying the earth and ourselves. We're doing that all by ourselves. And any evil that's done comes from within man. It is the evil of mankind that God wants to eradicate, not the goodness of man, the evil in man. So when you're doing evil, that's the devil. That's the devil inside you. You are that devil. It's not some external force making you do this. Remember, God gave you free will. Now, if you're not certain about what I'm talking about, go back to Genesis. Okay? Go back to where God is talking to Cain. After Cain, before Cain kills Abel, God talks to Cain. He says, why is your face downcast? And I think this was right after Cain had made his sacrifice to God, which was unpleasing to God, because Cain kept taking, like some of the grain he would take back out. Nah, that's too much. God doesn't need that. He would take out some of the best fruits. He'd just give them the rotten fruits. But Abel took the best of the lamb, his best of his flock, and he sacrificed that to God. Cain, he's a miser, he said, well, this is my sweat. I had a sweat, and you said by the sweat of my brothers, how we have to get bread. I earned this, but I'm going to share some of it with you, but I'm not giving you my best. I'm certainly not giving you all of it, but I'll give you some of it, but I'll be skimpy even with that. Where Abel gave the best of his flock. That was the difference. That's goodness versus evil. Okay? He's doing evil, Cain. Abel is doing good. He's giving the best of what he has to God. That's what God wants from you. Give me your best. Give me your best. Don't give me your worst. I don't want your worst. Okay? I don't want that evil stuff that's inside you. I want the goodness that's inside you, that I put inside you. Now that's the duality of man. Okay? We're having an eternal battle within us, fighting this evil and the goodness. They're both fighting together inside of our mind and inside of our heart. Okay? Temptation is what we're fighting. Okay? We're tempted to do evil, but we have to resist that. Okay? God says the same thing to Cain. He says, why is your face downcast? Because God rebuked Cain's offering, it was on fire. God put out the fire. And Cain kept trying to light it. God kept sending a wind on it so it wouldn't burn. Okay? So Cain's getting aggravated, at God, So God never accepted Cain's offering. He wouldn't let him. He wouldn't let it burn. So, God said, you know what? You want your vegetables and stuff? Keep them. I don't want them. So God didn't accept Cain's sacrifice, but he accepted Abel's sacrifice. So God returned to Cain and said, why is your face downcast? In other words, why are you sad? Okay? But God knew what was in Cain's heart, because he reads the minds and hearts of men. So God said to Cain, he said, sin, not the devil, not Satan, not Lucifer, is crouching at your door. Sin, not the devil, not Satan, not Lucifer. Sin is crouching at your door. It desires to have you. Okay? That's you inside of yourself. Desiring, it's your own desires. Okay? It's the desire that wants to have you. Okay? And what did God tell Cain? Look at it, read it. But you must rule over it. You have the will and the ability to rule over sin. You have that strength. Unfortunately, we all fall into sin. I don't know anyone that hasn't lied, and I can't think of a single person that hasn't stolen something in their lives. And I can't think of a single person that's not sexually aroused by the opposite sex or the same sex. So we have adulterous thoughts in our minds. Right off the bat, I could just rattle off 3 sins that we all commit. We all commit adultery in our mind. Okay, we lust. That's adultery. Okay, you lust after something that's, it's not your wife, but you know what? Yes, that's a hot-looking girl. You'd like to have her. That's adultery. Okay, you're lusting after something beyond what God has given you. Okay, that's covet. That's also breaking the 10th commandment, coveting thy neighbor. Okay, you want to have, you desire what belongs to someone else. That's coveting. 10th commandment. So that's 4 commandments right off the top that every one of us do. And not because we want to, it's because we're bred to do this. We're bred to do this. Like if you're a young man growing up, your father says, wow, that's a good-looking woman, son, you should go after her. He's telling him, yeah, go get that woman, And he's putting something in this kid's heart who doesn't know anything about anything, but he's putting it in this kid's heart to go lust after this woman. But that's how we procreate. That's how it gets done, folks. That's how it gets done. I mean, if you don't have the initial lust in your heart for this woman, then why are you going to want to be with her in the first place? It's just common sense, So, just by that one fact alone, we all commit sin. Okay? But God said to Adam and Eve, he said, and your desire will be for your husband. Okay? And, I believe his desire should be for you. But that desire is lust. That's what desire is. I want to have that. That's what desire, give me that. I want that. That's what desire is. What else is desire? I want that. Give it to me. That's mine. I want it. I've got to have it. My heart is pumping out of my chest. I got to have it. So who's committing the sin? Is it Satan? Is it the devil? There is no devil. Jesus said, yeah, the devil. Okay? And Jesus even called Peter Satan. So if you want to call anybody Satan, let's look at who Peter said Satan is. Who Jesus said Satan is. Satan says Peter is Satan. I'm sorry. Jesus said that Peter is Satan. Get thee behind me, Satan, he said to Peter. Now we know that's not Peter's name, but that's what Jesus called him. Take away the AT, and you got sin. That's what a Satan means. Okay? That's what a Satan means. Sin. Satan means sin. And when God says an evil one has done this, that's exactly what he means. An evil person did this and corrupted his crop of sons and daughters. You know, because when Jesus talking about the weeds and the wheat, you know, well, how come we don't pluck them all up at one time? You know, I said, well, you know, if we do that, then we'll destroy the wheat with the weeds. You know, and then they said, well, how did the weeds get in there? He said, well, an evil one did this. He never says Satan did it. He never says Lucifer did it. He never said the devil did it. He says an evil one did this. That's a person. A person did this and corrupted my people. What part of that don't you understand? So let's get back to the word devil. Okay, the word devil, the only thing missing from it is an O. Do evil. That's really two words. So they shortened it down to devil. That's what they do with the English language. Look it up, folks. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. Although you may not see this definition of the word devil, but if you just sound it out, it's common sense. It's just common sense. Now, I'll give you another example of words and how they're changed, but they're really the same. Okay? Now, in Russia, you have what they call the Kaiser, right? Anybody familiar with Russian history should know about the Kaiser. The Kaiser was the ruler of Russia. Where do you think that word came from? Think about it for a second. I'll give you a second to think about it. Kaiser. Where did that come from? There's a company called Kaiser Permanente. That means permanent ruler. I don't know whether you know that or not. But Kaiser Permanente is one of the biggest corporations in the United States. Kaiser Permanente. Kaiser Permanente. Kaiser. Hidden in plain sight. Okay? I'm talking, like I said, who's the beast? We know who the beast is. The people running this world. That's who the beast is. Well, but we're its subjects. Unwilling subjects, but subjects nonetheless. So, but where did the word Kaiser come from? It's very simple. And once I say it to you, you're going to say, well, how could I have not known that? I mean, look at the word Caesar. Okay? Now, if you're a Russian and you're looking at that word Caesar and your pronunciation of the letter C, you pronounce your C's as K's. So if you look at the word Caesar, instead of using C, you use the letter K, you got Kaiser. Kaiser is Caesar. It's the same word. Okay, it's just pronounced differently for a different nation. But it's the same meaning, and it's the same, has the same effect. He's the emperor. He's the guy in charge. He's the BMOC, big man on campus, okay? He's the Kaiser. He's the boss of it all, okay? Kaiser is Caesar. All you do is change the letter, K and C. That's all you got. So it's really the same. I mean, look, we do the same thing with our language. Languages are so tricky. That's why it's important to pay attention to them. People don't do that. I do, because I'm curious. Languages fascinate me, okay? Because I'm always fascinated, like, where did words come from, you know? It fascinates me, because I want to know why we use certain words, you know, and why are they so significant, and why do they have such impact, you know? So when you hear the word Caesar, that has to have an impact, because you know what we're talking about. We're talking about the emperor of Rome, okay, the rulers of the world, okay, and everybody after Caesar called themselves Caesar. So we had all these Caesars. There was only one Caesar, and that was Julius Caesar. They all named themselves after him. Okay? But all the Caesars of Rome, all these emperors of Rome, they all stole his name. But his name was literally Julius Caesar. That was his name. Okay? But Caesar doesn't mean ruler. That's just his name. Okay? But everybody used that as, well, if you're a Caesar, then you're a ruler. Okay? You see how things start? Starts with one person. Okay? So when God says an evil one did this, yeah, an evil one person did this. One person. That's all it takes. One person to change the world. And one person can change the world, believe it or not. For the good or for the bad. But one person does have an impact on the world. One way or another. You may not think that you have any impact, but you do. Even if you're hidden away in your home, like I'm doing right now, I'm in my home, secured from the outside world. But here I am speaking to you. Is that having an impact? Maybe or maybe not, but none of us are going to know the effect of that. Whether the words I'm saying you're listening to, or you're dismissing, the fact is you heard it. And once you hear the word, you cannot unhear it. That's like having a river go backward. It just doesn't happen. Once that river flowed, the words came out of my mouth, that's it. It can't be taken back. And you can't unhear it. Okay? So that's the impact of words. That's why words matter. Okay? And if you don't understand the word you're saying, and what it's derived from, and what it means, then you're an ignorant person. I don't choose to be ignorant. I want to know what that word means. Before I use it in a sentence, I want to know what it means. So the word devil, I mean, people just throw that word out like, the devil made me do it. No, the devil didn't make you do shit. You did that, okay? Devil had nothing to do with it, okay? That's your own desire inside you. You wanted to do it and you did it, period. End of statement. There's no compromise here. You can't say, well, no, some evil, spirit possessed me, like Charles Manson, no, I'm possessed by, Hitler. No, you're not. You're just a sick son of a bitch. That's all you are. You're a psychopath, okay? That's it. And there's where the lines need to be drawn, okay? There are people that try to be normal, but we're all capable of being evil. And anyone who denies that is a liar. Because if you're capable of being angry, you're capable of killing someone. Whether you realize this or not. And a mother, no matter how sweet she is, she could be the Blessed Mary, okay? But she would kill for her son if somebody threatened. Sweet Mary, yeah, but don't mess with my son. She would die for him, and she would kill somebody for him. That's the capability we all have. So, when people are doing things that are considered crossing the line, going beyond the line of reason and, insanity, so to speak, and you want to call it insanity because that's really what it is. You're out of your mind right now, and you're just doing anything that just comes to mind. You have no control over your own thoughts, your emotions, or your actions. You can't control them. You're like Cain in total chaos. God's telling Cain, yeah, sin is crouching at your door, but you must rule over it. Those psychopaths, they can't understand that concept, that they have the ability to rule over this. So That's when you know someone has gone so far beyond that there's no return. You know, they've gone so far into the pits of hell in their own mind, into the pits of hell, that there's no return for them. Hopefully Jesus will save them. We could pray. But it's up to God. But if they're deliberately doing evil in their hearts and they know it, and you know what, in my mind, unless a person is severely brain damaged, I can't believe anybody could do the things that they do and get pleasure from it and not know what they're doing. When someone kills someone, this is crossing the line that you can't return from. Okay, once you cross that line, this is like having sex for the first time. Okay, once you feel that emotion and that climax, okay, once you have sex for the first time, you got to go back for more. Okay, it's just that simple. It's no different with evil. Once you commit this evil, and the thrill, and I'm going to give you a clue as to this is how the Holy Spirit works inside of you. You may not be aware of it, but believe me, I'm well aware of it. Since I was a child, the Holy Spirit was pumping in my heart bursting out of my chest every time I was doing something wrong. That's the Holy Spirit telling me, don't do it. But I did it. Because it's such a thrill. And the thrill was my heart was pumping out of my chest. And that was the thrill. Same thing like sex. Yeah, when you're having sex and you're ready to have that final climax, yeah, your heart is going so fast. Boom, 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 pow! Same thing happens when you kill somebody. Your heart is going boom, 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 and then pow, wow. That was exhilarating, okay? That's why people do things that they do. It's that simple. There's nothing complicated about this. Everybody makes it complicated. They keep blaming someone else. It's not you. It's the devil that's making you do this. And you need to cast that devil out. You need to find God. Believe me, God is already inside you. And he's been talking to you the whole time. You're just not listening. Every time your heart started beating fast, God was talking to you, telling you, don't do that. But we do it anyway. We know it's wrong. Like when you're angry, you want to tell me your heart's not pumping? Much faster than it normally does? And then the anger increases and it escalates to the point where, and there's a reason why they say it, you're seeing red. And why are you seeing red? Because all the blood in your body is rushing up to your head and it's coming out of your eyeballs. Your eyeballs actually turn red. Did you know that? Did you know that when you're so angry, your eyeballs start to turn red? Are you even aware of that? But this is what happens to people when you cross that line of sanity into insanity, of being in control of your faculties to not being in control of your faculties. You've lost it. That's what they mean by he lost it. Yeah, he lost control of his faculties. He has no more control over anything he's doing. So yeah, do they have no control at that moment? Yeah, but do they realize what they did? Absolutely. They know what they did. It's not, you can't say to me they didn't know. Yeah, they know and they liked it, which is why they keep doing it. And then they get to a courtroom and they say, well, he's insane. And if he sits down with a doctor and he tells the doctor, yeah, I like it. Yeah, it gives me great pleasure to kill people. Doctor's going to say, yeah, this guy's crazy. He's insane. No, he's not crazy. He's not crazy. He's just satisfying his own desires of getting that pleasure, that climax of killing someone. That makes him happy. No different than having sex. This is so relative. It's so simple. It's so simple of a concept. And it was given to us at the very beginning. God gave it this. He's telling us in the beginning, okay, during creation, we see how sin came into being. Eve wanted the apple. It was desire, not some serpent, not Satan, not the devil, and it sure wasn't Lucifer. I'm guaranteeing you that. I'm guaranteeing you that it was not Lucifer. Okay? Now, Lucifer might be a tempter. That's true. But he's not the devil. He's not an evil thing. He's the Son of God. Okay? Lucifer is a son of God. He's one of God's angels, one of God's highest angels, and given a great responsibility to test people. See, God gives you free will, but he wants to test that will. Read the Bible. Just look up the word test and see how many times God is testing us to see what we'll do. Not that he doesn't know what we're going to do. He already knows what we're going to do. But that's why I'm trying to say, we don't need a devil or Satan or Lucifer to make us do. We do that all by ourselves. We don't need any help from that. But occasionally we need a nudge. So you might hear a whisper in your ear. Yeah, that may be. But you also have the right to not listen and say, yeah, I'm hearing you telling me to do this, but I'm not going to do that. That's your free will at work, okay? What did God say to Cain? Sin is crouching at your door, but you must rule over it. You have that power. You have the ability not to do it. You may be tempted to do it, and that's Lucifer's job. That's his job. He has a function. His function is to test you. Just like he tested Jesus for 40 days and 40 nights in the desert. That was Lucifer's function. To test the Son of God, to see if he's able to stand up and do what he's supposed. Is he committed to what he has to do? We all know that he was. But that wasn't for our sake. That wasn't for Jesus' sake or for God's sake. That was for our sake. To show us that we're all tempted. Even the Son of God is tested. That's what it's showing us. That's the whole point of that 40 days and 40 nights in the desert, where and it says right there, he went out there to be tempted. What part of that don't you understand? What part of that don't you understand? He went out to be tempted. And he was able to do what God said to Cain, to rule over it. He said, no, I know what you're trying to do, Lucifer. I get it. I know why you're here. But I'm not going to give in to that temptation. And Lucifer tried everything in his power, but he couldn't touch Jesus. Of course not. And neither can Lucifer touch any one of us. They're in a different realm. But they can play with our head, They can whisper in our ears. What do they say? There's princes and municipalities beyond our realm, okay? Rulers of the air, okay? They whisper into your ear, okay? They can do that. Spirit, just like the Spirit of God enters us, and I think it's always been with us from second number one, okay, until we die. But we have the Spirit of God within us. But God, because we have the Spirit of God within us, this is our armor. No other spirits can enter us. But we can succumb to sin. We do that all by ourselves. That's why I keep saying, we don't need help from Satan. We don't need help from Lucifer. We don't need help from the devil. All of which is all a facade. None of that is true. Okay? Lucifer is an angel of God. He has a function. His function is to test us. That's his job. Read the book of Job. Okay? That's Lucifer's function. Remember, this is all after the flood. Okay? After Adam and Eve. Okay? Lucifer is standing with God because the sons of God gathered and met with God, and God spoke to Lucifer, and Lucifer came over there, and God said to Lucifer, that means Lucifer's right there with God. Where, what part of that did you miss? Okay? Lucifer's right there with God. He's talking to God. How can he be cast down into the earth? He's not cast down into the earth. He's talking to God. This is, I'm sorry, 1,100 years after the flood that he's talking to Job. The flood happened like 2736 BC. Job was around in 1656 BC, something to that effect. This is 1,100 years after the flood, way after the Garden of Eden, which was 1,656 years before that. Okay, so so you're talking about what? 3,200 years have gone by, or close to it. But no, I'm sorry. More like 2,700 years have gone by. But I got to correct myself. My mind goes faster. My mind is going faster than I can speak. But there's Lucifer right there with the sons of God. He's not saying he's cast down. No. Now the dragon is cast down. Yeah, but who is the dragon? See, that's the part you don't know. And now they call him, that old serpent, Satan, the devil. Okay, yeah. All of that's true. Yeah, he's a serpent. Yeah, he is a dragon. Yeah, he is the devil. Doing evil. Okay. Doing sin. Satan's really, just take away the A and T. You got sin. Okay. Yeah. All that's true. Okay, and it's cast down into the pit. In other words, it's erased from existence. That's what God is going to do in the end. God is going to take all that sin, all those impure thoughts that we have inside of us, and we all have them. I don't want to hear anybody tell me they don't have them, because you're a liar if you say that. And you're not honest with yourself or with God. Okay, so believe me, if you're going to keep lying to yourself about that, and you keep thinking that you're a good person, better than everybody else, pious, you're not a sinner. If you think that, I feel sorry for you. Because you're in for a very, very, very rude awakening when God reveals to you how bad of a sinner you really are. Now there's sins that you're committing you're not even aware of that are sins. And that's when I said, if you want to look around and see how sin is all around us, just take a look at the Roman calendar. Okay. Just by using the word Sunday. I'm just going to go through the 7 days of the week. The word Sunday. Okay, now the other words may have different meanings, but Sunday means only one thing. It's the day of the sun. The Romans always worship on the day of the sun. Romans. Not Christians. Romans. They're the ones that made the calendar. Remember that. Okay? The one that we use every day of our lives. Okay? And when you go to church on Sunday, not the Sabbath day, which is the seventh day, but you're going to church on the first day. Look at your calendar. Any calendar you want, just pull one out. The first day is Sunday. Second day, that's Monday. And but But what's Monday named after? Well, we know that Sunday is for the sun. What do you think Monday is named after? The moon. It's really Moon Day. It's it's not Monday. It's really Moon Day. They just took out an O. That's all they did. But it's the day for worshiping the moon. All the things God told us not to do, we're doing every day of the week. Every day of the week we're doing it. We don't even know it. We're doing it. Why? Because the Romans dictated this is how it's got to be. You're going to live by our rules. That's why Rome was the final empire, ruling the earth till the end. In Daniel's statue, as I told you about before, the final empire was Rome. And they've been ruling the earth ever since. And I told you, the Vatican, the richest little city and little country in the world is a few square blocks. The Vatican. From that one spot, they're controlling all of this. They dictate. Why do you think every leader in the world goes to Rome? Why do you think that is? To get his blessing. Yeah. Yeah. To get his blessing. That's why they go there. Because he is the false prophet. He is the false teacher. That's the truth. That's what Jesus warned us about. And he claims himself to be the vicar of Christ. In other words, I am the Christ. That's what that means. I'm Christ in his place. That's what that means. The Pope. So if you want to look for an Antichrist, you've been seeing one since 324 or even earlier. I'm not sure exactly when they started doing the Pope thing for the churches. But they had to put somebody in charge of the church, you know. But, and then he changed it to, I'm the vicar of Christ. I'm God. Yeah. He's the one who claims to be God. And Catholic Church is infallible. Look it up. They can do no wrong. And again, who can make war against them? They don't even have an army. But they do have an army. And during the Great Crusades, which they call us the Crusaders today, we're the modern Crusaders, trying to fight for Christianity and Judean beliefs. We're the Crusaders today. Islam will call us the Crusaders. That's what they call us today. So that's still around. Never gone away. But the Crusades, that was the armies of the Pope. Pope sat in his throne, didn't do crap. But the Pope was the one who said, you know what, you got to go wipe those Muslims out. Because they're against the church. They're putting us out of business. And mark me, church is nothing but a business. It's a business. No different than it was a business during Jesus' time. It's a business today. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry, even people on YouTube, their little podcasts, well, you know what? Hey, listen to me. I've got all the answers. I'm going to help you be saved. I'm not going to help you be saved. Nobody can help you be saved except you and Jesus. That's between you and Jesus, not me. I have nothing to do with it. And no matter what I say, it's not going to change anything whether you're saved or not. Doesn't matter. Either that's already destined to happen or it's not going to happen. It's one or the other. But it has nothing to do with me. So I'm not going to pretend I'm Jerry Falwell, Billy Graham, another retard, okay, who has and all these people, you know, with all these mega churches, you know, the guy with the teeth. I don't even want to mention his name. You know, and these are all the gurus, okay? But he doesn't talk about being saved. Yeah, he says, well, if you want to be saved, send me $1,000, and you know, and if you send me $1,000, you're going to prosper, And I guarantee you you'll get 10 times that in return. That's money we're talking about here. We're not talking about being saved. He's talking about being prosperous. Money, the root of all evil. That's what he's talking about. Money. He wants yours, every penny of it. And you're stupid enough to send it. But I don't want no money from you. I'm not asking for money from you. I don't want anything from you. But if you're listening to me, I appreciate it. But it's not for me to say whether you're listening to me or not, whether you heed what I'm saying or not. All that is up to you. It's not up to me. And frankly, I really don't care. But I feel I have a need, and now I'm compelled to speak. Not because I'm trying to help you, but because I'm trying to help God. That's why I'm in service to God, not to you. I really don't give a damn about you. But I will in the new heaven, hopefully. But I really don't care about you. And it doesn't matter whether I cared about you or not, because there's nothing that I can do that can help you. Nothing. Outside of sending you money, man, I'm not doing that. So, what can I do for you? Nothing. I could just talk to you. And hopefully you can glean something from what I'm saying. That everything has a purpose in this world. Everything. Most of it, 99.9% of it, is evil. That 1%, well, that's the part that's like a little flower that's trying to break through the soil, and you see the stem fighting to get through that soil to sprout. That's us. We're that tiny little flower, that little blade of grass trying to get out and bloom. But the 99% is keeping us down. They won't allow it. They never have allowed it. And they never will allow it. And that's too bad for them. Because that's the treasure that everybody's seeking. But they'll never find it. Because it's in the smallest place that you can find it. And that's your heart. The smallest place in the world. Because that's where all things dwell. In your heart. Not in riches, not in material things. I don't give a damn about material things. I can't, if you asked me to count how many times I've been broke, busted, and disgusted, I can't. I have no ambition to be rich, and I've never had any ambition to be rich. What I cared about was feeding my children. That I cared about. And I fed them. And they grew and they left. And they flew the coop and they were on their own. And they're doing that with their children. God bless them. I hope they're doing well. But I can't help them. They have to help themselves. And even if I did help them, that's not really helping them. It would be contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Because if I did everything for you and you did nothing on your own, then what good is it? Which is why a lot of these, and you find it's a phenomenon, but it's a functional phenomenon. A lot of rich people don't leave their money to their children, and there's a reason for that. Yeah, they've accumulated all these riches, but inside they know the value of what they've accumulated. Now, I'm not talking trillions of dollars. I'm talking maybe 100 million or 50 million or even 2 million. Okay, but they're not going to leave it to the children. They'd rather donate it to a charity than give it to their children. Because if they gave it to the children are just going to either squander it away, or, well, most likely they will squander it away. Even Donald Trump had to borrow $1 million from his father so he could start his own real estate. His father gave him nothing. He had to borrow I mean, $1 million from his father. His father was pretty rich. But you know what? His father started out in Coney Island, Brooklyn. There were 3 or 4 towers that he built, Trump Towers. Those were the original Trump Towers, and I used to pass them almost all the time. I lived there. That's where I grew up. Okay, I went to Coney Island, and I mean, in the summer I was there almost every week, and I always passed right by Trump Towers. So I knew. I mean, I don't think anybody didn't know who Trump was. But Donald Trump, yeah, his father didn't give him nothing. Why? Because the value of earning it on your own. So he didn't just give him $1 million and say, "Hey, son, go out and start your own business." And I'm sure Donald Trump is not doing that with his children either, because he learned this lesson from his father. I'll help you. I'll give you the loans, but you got to pay it back. If you need the money, I'll lend you the money, and I'll front the money for the business you want to start or whatever, or real estate or any venture you're interested in. I'll lend you the money for it, but you got to pay it back. And if you don't pay it back, well, you're going to sign it over to me because I'm going to own it. That's how Donald Trump operates with his kids. But his kids are smart enough to know, because they learn from the master how to be successful. Now, if you learn anything from your father, which you should, then you would be successful. But there's different measures of success. Either you're successful in gaining money or you're successful in gaining wisdom. Which do you want? Can't have both. I mean, you could try, but money can't buy wisdom. And you can't really read it in a book. You either have it or you don't. It's kind of like smarts. Either you're smart or you're not. Now, you could read all the books you want. I'll give you an example. I mean, you could read all the music books you want about music. But being a musician and actually playing it, that's a totally different story altogether. You can read it and be a master. You know every word. You know every note. Okay? You know that this is C minor or D major, whatever. You know all that. Okay? But for you to play it and be like Beethoven, yeah, good luck with that. You have to have an ear and a heart for music. Okay? And if you don't have it built in, basically, you're more like a robot, just doing what you trained yourself to do, but the spirit is not in you, which is why you'll never be a good musician. An expert, yeah, you can teach people how to play the guitar, but being one of the best guitar, because if you were the best guitar player, you'd be out there making hundreds of millions of dollars, like Eric Clapton or, the Beatles, something like that. I'm just going off the top of my head here. But again, either you've got it or you don't. And if you got it, then you know what? That's a gift from God. If you don't have it, well, you can train yourself and try to train yourself, at least try to train yourself. You could try to train yourself to have wisdom, to do good things, or to be successful in your mentality of your objectives and your principles. You can train yourself to be tempered. But wisdom is something that comes from far, far beyond, from a galaxy far, far away. Okay, this is not something that you can just learn from reading a book. You can gain some wisdom, but there's no wisdom better than experience. Experience is the greatest teacher you could ever have. And sadly, a lot of people don't have the kind of experiences I've been through. And like I said, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York. The streets of Brooklyn. This is the danger zone, okay? I was molested when I was 7 years old by people I knew. I had to go to court when I was 7 years old and testify against people that molested me, abused me sexually. But that's where I grew up, you know. People were sick, evil people, okay, violent people. My own mother was violent. And her mother was violent, and her father was violent, and I'm sure that, and so on and so on and so on. I was extremely potential, I had extreme potential for violence myself. But that was something I had to learn to control. But I couldn't always control it because my anger would get the better of me, my temper. I had a very bad temper. And in order to survive on the streets of Brooklyn, if you didn't have a quick temper, then you were dead. If you weren't able to elevate yourself from 0 to 60 in a second, that's all it took to end your life. Okay, and believe me, violence was all around me, in my own house, with my own brothers and sisters, my own mother, my own father. And my grandparents never laid a finger on me. They did to my brothers and sisters, but not to me. I don't know why. For some reason they liked me, and I loved them. But I was a good boy, you know, but mischievous, but I was still a good boy. You know, I mean, I had a good heart, and I'd like to believe I still do. And I'm still that kid. I'd never changed. I've always been that kid. But I also have these other traits, you know, that I had to learn growing up. You know, so I had to learn to steal. I had to learn to sometimes be cruel. You know, I had to do all these things. You know, for me, it was a matter of survival, not a matter of desire. I didn't want to do any of these things. You know, I was hungry and I had to eat. What do you do? What do you do when there's no money and you don't have a penny in your pocket? What do you do when you're hungry and there's no food in your refrigerator? What do you do? You're a kid. You're 10 years old. What do you do? What else is there to do when you're hungry? And nobody's feeding you. Now, I mean, I could go to my grandparents and they would feed me. I mean, anytime I would knock on their door, first they would tell me, sit down, eat something. That's the first thing they would tell me. But I was embarrassed to go to them, you know, all the time. It was humiliating for me to have to do that, you know. I prided myself on my own ability to feed myself, you know. Pride is a bad thing, but this is how I survived, you know. I didn't survive by knocking on my grandmother's door every time I was hungry. And I didn't want to burden them, you know. That was another reason why I wouldn't want to bother them. You know, that's their food, you know. But they would give me the food out of their belly. I mean, whatever, you know, they would give me the shirt off their back. And I know my mother would do the same thing. But the problem is my mother never had money. If my mother never had money, well, I never had money. Even though I worked when I was from 7 years old, I was out there working in the grocery store, doing little odd jobs, you know, putting cans on a shelf, you know, anything, just to get $1 for the day. $1. But for me, that was everything. That $1 fed me for that day. I could buy my Yoo-Hoos, my Yodels, Devil Dogs, you know, all the Mountain Dew. I'd get the cherry, you know, the pie with the frosting on it, the Hostess cherry pies, you know. I love like tarts, you know, any kind of tart. I love them, you know. That was sweets, you know. It would sustain me, you know, and it would get me through the day, you know. Without sweets, where would I be? So, it's always chocolate milk or Yoo-Hoo. I mean, Yoo-Hoo was my favorite, I mean, they didn't have basic chocolate milk then. It wouldn't last on the shelves. They weren't making it like they do now with all the preservatives in it. Now it'll last for a month. But then when I was a kid, they didn't have chocolate milk. They had Yoo-Hoo. But they did have Nestle's Quick you could put into your milk to make chocolate milk. That, so powdered milk, powdered chocolate. But that was expensive too. And what am I going to do? Buy a bottle of powdered milk and I have no milk? I got to buy milk too now, so. Believe me, it wasn't easy for me growing up. It never was. And it's not easy today. I mean, it's easier today, but it's still not easy. Nothing's easy. But you learn to live with things, and that's where you gain wisdom. To accept the things you cannot change, and to change the things that you can. Always had good intentions, Like I said, I was a good boy when I was a kid. But learning from my brothers and my sister, they taught me all the bad things to do. So what do you think I did? I did all the bad things. I wanted to be just like them. They were the ones I looked up to. They were all older than me. So I'm trying to follow in their footsteps. And everything that they were doing that was wrong, I did the exact same thing. Not that I wanted to, but this is what I was being taught by my own brothers and sisters. This is how you do bad things. But you get something when you do it. There's a reward in this for you. Oh, okay, well, I'll take anything I can get, So yeah, did I do bad things? Absolutely. I'm not proud of what I did, but I'm not going to deny I did them. I still do bad things, but not as bad as you think. They're bad to me, but to the average person, they're innocent things. But I know what I'm doing wrong, and God knows what I'm doing wrong too. Believe me, I know He knows. So now, we have a daily conversation. I'm having one right now, as a matter of fact. But we have daily conversations about all the things I do wrong, and I'm learning. I'm still learning, and hopefully it's not too late for me, to get on the right side of God. I don't think anybody is truly capable of that, with the exception of Jesus Christ, but we could try. Like God said to Cain, it's crouching at your door. You must rule over it. How you do that is entirely up to you. And that's what this is all about. It's all up to you. God can't force you to do it. Satan can't force you to do it. Lucifer can't force you to do it. Jesus can't force you to do it. The only one that can do it is you. You're the only person in this world that can change your own life, and I know you don't believe this now, but if you do, try to change the things that you're doing. Stop concentrating on things that are not important. If you're not going to take it with you to the grave, then it's not important. If you remember nothing from what I said, remember that. If you can't take it with you to the grave, then it's not important. But the thing you do take with you to the grave is your spirit. That you take with you. Okay? So, if you're going to work on anything that goes beyond the grave, you need to work on this. That's it. That's the bottom line of all this. It's the bottom line of everything that God is trying to teach us in the Bible. It is the bottom line. It's all about what's in your heart. And if you can't change that, if you can't open your heart, and Jesus says, look, I'm knocking at the door. And if you let me in, I'll come and eat with you, and you'll be saved. But this was what my previous point was. that if you start doing good, then good things will happen. If you start being good inside of your heart, good things will happen. If you start giving glory where it's due, not to some politician, not to your boss, not kissing somebody's butt to get ahead in this world. If you give glory to God and thank God every minute, every day for all the good things he's done for you, and he's done everything, he's fed your belly whether you know it or not. It's always been God. You think it was somebody else, but it's always been God. It's not Santa Claus. Santa Claus doesn't come down and bring you food. That's God. Okay? And if you're hungry, that's God too. But there's a reason for that. God's trying to straighten you out. Okay? God disciplines his children. And if you're hungry, there's a reason why you're hungry, because you're doing something wrong. Now, if you are in the Lord's favor, or in his grace, or at least trying to be a good person inside, if you're at least doing that, good things will happen. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. But I wasn't always that sure of this. I'm going to tell you two things. Okay, first of all, I always had God in my life, always. Like I said, I can remember at 7 years old, and a lot of things happened when I was 7 years old that I can remember. I mean, I can't forget them. You know, they followed me to today. I mean, they're always in me. But when I'm 7, I'm seeing angels flying around in my room. And to me, that was not anything strange, you know. And when I was 21, I saw God. And he talked to me. We had a conversation. We spoke for a whole day. God and I, we had a conversation all day long. For a whole day. This was December. I think it was December 20, Christmas Eve. And I didn't ask for God to come. But he came to me anyway, you know, and he talked to me. Yeah, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with this. I'm 21 years old, and I realized that, you know, this is a little not normal, but I didn't think it was strange. I'm having this conversation like I'm talking to my best friend. That's what it was like, talking with God. I mean, we're just having a regular conversation. You know, one man to another. That's how it felt, you know. But I was 21 years old when that happened. So 7 to 21. I'm seeing angels. 7. 21, I see God. Okay? 35, that's when I first read the Bible. I was 35 years old. I never read the Bible. My grandfather, almost my entire life, that I was able to reason or read, my grandfather constantly was trying to get me to read the Bible. I wasn't trying to be cruel to him. And I said, I know that you believe in all that, Grandpa, and that's great. I'm glad for you. I said, but I don't need to read the Bible. I said, God's already inside of me. This is what I would tell him. I said, I don't need to read about God. I already know God. It's like, I already understand God. I know that there's a God up there, and I know that He's watching me, and I know that He's telling me not to do things. I hear God's voice, So I was well aware of God. There was I didn't need to read the Bible. There was no purpose. I mean, I say, why do I need to read something I already know? It's like I already know this, And it wasn't like I was taught this. I just knew it. I already knew it. But I was 35 years old, and I was having a hard time. Now, mind you, these are all 7s. 7 years old, then 21 years old, then 35 years old. These are all 7s, okay? See, I'm telling you things that, just go right over your head, okay? So, I'm 35 years old, which is 6 times 7, right? No. Sorry, not 6 times 7. 4 times, that's 5 times 7, sorry. So, that's 5 times 7. I'm 35 years old, And I'm married. I got 3 kids. My kids around 10, 11, and younger. Okay, I've got 3 daughters. Um, and I think I got fired from my job. Not because I did anything terribly wrong. I when you get your paycheck, sometimes they give it to you a day ahead of time. Because I would work a mid shift between 3 and 11. And I worked down on Wall Street. But between 3 and 11, so we're not there in the morning when they give the paychecks out in the morning. We're there till 11 p.m. So, they would give us our check on Thursday, where everybody else would get their checks on Friday morning. Okay? But because we worked 3 to 11, and they had another shift after that, 11 to, I think, to whatever, 3, whatever the hour is, 11 to 8, 11 to 7. But, they would give us our checks on Thursday night, but, and because I would always go in early before the banks would close. I would go in like 2 p.m., even though my shift doesn't start till 3. And I'd go into my manager's office. Well, I was a supervisor, but I'd go into my manager, and I'd get the checks for all my crew, okay? Because I'm the one that handed them out, So I've got my check too, so. But I need this money today, Now it's my check. I'm not stealing anything. It's my check. But in order to go down to the bank to cash it, because it's dated for tomorrow, my manager would have to initial it. So I was doing this for quite a while. I would just initial it, and I knew what his initials looked like, and I would just initial it the same way he would. I was a good forger. See, these are the little evil things that I would do. But it wasn't evil. I just want to cash my check, and I just want to do it before Friday. Because I'm not getting home until Friday 11 p.m. if I do it that way. And, we need food and stuff, But if everybody else is getting paid at 8 a.m. and they can go cash their checks, they got all day Friday to go spend their money. Why can't I spend my money Friday? I want to do the same thing. I don't want to wait till Saturday. I need to spend it Friday, And I need to give my wife money, whatever. So, now I was doing this almost I think we would get paid every 2 weeks. So I would do this, and I would initial his signature. I'd go down to the bank. It's an initial. I'm not signing his name. But just on the back of it as an endorsement, because they would want to see, or at least he would initial the date. And the banks, they knew what his initials looked like. They never had a problem with cashing it. But one day, just this one day, one person, she got suspicious, and I never saw this bank teller before, but I mean, every other teller, all the times I did, not one person ever questioned why I'm showing them my ID, they know it's me, they know this is my check, and it's initialed, they said, no problem, cash it today, tomorrow, you're going to cash it anyway, so cash it. So they would cash it. But this one person, and she looked like a nasty person. She said, I need to verify this first. I said, verify what? So I need to verify that this was initialed by your boss. She called up the company. Now, it's like 2 p.m. I'm at the bank. I'm trying to cash it before they close at 3 o'clock. It's 2 p.m. She calls up the bank and speaks to my boss. And my boss said, no, I never initialed his check. That's all it took. She said, I can't cash this. Your company said no. You have to wait till tomorrow. It's not like I did cash my check the next day, but when I went back upstairs and reporting for work, the manager called me into the office. Now, I didn't know that they called the manager. But she just told me, she said, you have to wait till tomorrow to cash the check. She didn't tell me what was said to her or who she spoke to. And I really had no idea who she spoke to. For all I know, she was just speaking to her manager. I had no idea that she called my office. So my manager called me into the office and says, Jerry, said, you just tried to cash a check. I said, yeah. He said, I didn't sign that check. He said, let me see your check. So he knows that they didn't cash it, so I still have it on him, so I showed it to him. He said, you put my initials on this? I said, yeah. I said, I'm not trying to forge this thing. I just need to cash my checks so I can give my wife money. Because I'm not going to be home until 11 or probably after midnight on Friday. By the time, she needs the money tomorrow to pay rent and all that other stuff, Bills are due. I said, everybody else gets to cash a check 8 a.m. Friday morning. I said, why can't I have money for Friday morning? I said, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. He says, well, you used my initials to sign that, Now, believe me, I was the best worker they ever had. They loved me there, He says, as great of a worker as you are, and you are a great worker, he said, I can't tolerate this. And if you would have asked me, I would have signed it. He said, but the fact that you did this on your own means I can't trust you. And that's all it took for him to fire me. He said, you're fired. I said, well, if I'm fired, then can I go down to the bank and cash my fucking check? That's what I said. I said, hey, I'm fired already. Might as well let me cash my check. So I don't have to come back here tomorrow to cash it. Because I lived in Long Island, and I'm working in Lower Manhattan. I'm living in Suffolk County in Long Island. So I got fired. And after this, I had to move out of Suffolk County and move back into Brooklyn, which I didn't want to do. I was trying to give my kids a better life, in Long Island. Away from Brooklyn, where I grew up, And here I am now, I'm without a job. And every place I'm calling, they're all going to call for a reference, my last job, and he's going to tell them what I did. That finished me down at Wall Street. Because whenever because they want to know, well, you can't have really much blank spaces in your resume, like where you're not working. You can't have like a year or two where you're not working. You may have 3 months where you're not working, but you can't have a whole year that you're not working. They frown upon that. They want to see, that you're not only are you a good worker, but that you stay with the company for a period of time. Me, I would stay with a company minimum 3 years. Yeah, minimum 3 years. But sometimes I'd only be there 6 months. Things would go bad, and I'd say, you know what, I quit. And I write on my resume, I quit. They didn't fire me, I resigned. I didn't like the working conditions there, and I moved on to another company. I didn't stop working, I just stopped working for them, that's all. But, so anyway, now, just getting to the crux of the test that I'm talking about, okay? And when I first started reading the Bible, okay, that's what this is about. It's not about the job, it's not, but I'm just giving you the background of why suddenly I'm now in dire straits, like financially. I have no income. Whatever savings I had, well, they're used up. I'm doing odd jobs. I'm driving car service for cash, just to keep food on the table. But I finally decided, I said, you know what? I said, I've been really messing up so bad. I think it's time I should read the Bible. This, this is what prompted me to read the Bible because of my dad. But let me tell you what I told my grandfather as he kept begging me to read it. I told him, I said, Grandpa, I said, you know what the Bible is to me? I said, the Bible is like a piece of driftwood in the middle of an ocean. I said, and when someone is drowning, they reach for it, for it to save them. I had no idea I was speaking prophecy to my grandfather. I had no idea. But those words were coming from God, and I remembered them. The words I spoke to my grandfather, why I wouldn't read the Bible. I said, I said, that's for drowning people. I said, I said, I'm not one of them, but I became one of them. I was drowning, and I needed help, and I knew I needed help. And I knew I needed help beyond myself, beyond my own capabilities, because, like I said, I was done at Wall Street. They killed me, that I can never use them as a reference, I was dead in the water, so, and this is after what, 8 years working down there, 8 years from Wall Street. I'm done. I can never get another job down there. So I read the Bible, and I get to the book of Isaiah, and I see there God says something which gets my attention. He says, if I'm not, he says, test me on this. If I do not do all that I promise to do, then you can say that I am not the Lord. But if I do it, then you will know that I am the Lord. I took that to heart. Now I know what Jesus said in the desert. He said, you should not put the Lord to the test. But guess what I did? I put the Lord to the test. I'm not proud of this, but it's so amusing to me because of how God responded to this. He said, okay, he said, you want to play? Let's play. All right, we're going to play now. All right, I'm down for it. So I said, you know what, I've got nothing to lose here. I'm in dire straits, and you know what, I mean, if you're going to take my kids away, I felt like Job. I read the book of Job. I said, you know what, if you're taking it all away from me, go right ahead. Do it. Do your worst. I said, I can't fight you. I said, I have no power to fight. I'm done. That was my state of mind. I'm done. I give up. I can't fight. So as I'm reading it, says, God test me. God said, test me. I said, okay, Lord. You got yourself a deal. Let's shake on it. I'm putting you to the test. I said, I'm not doing anything. I'm stopping. I'm not going to go look for a job. I'm not even going to go to work. I said, and if we all suffer and starve, I said, if my wife leaves me and takes the kids, whatever happens, happens. I said, but here's what I'm doing. I'm putting it all in your hands, all of it. I said, I take it out of my hands, and I'm putting everything in your hands, and whatever happens to me, happens to me. God says, deal. Okay. So now I'm terrified. Now I know what I just did with God. I said, yeah, well, either he'll do it or he won't. I said, I got nothing to lose here. That's how I felt. I felt like I had nothing to lose. I had everything to lose. But when you're in despair, you feel that way. You feel like you've got nothing to lose. And you do desperate things. But I wasn't going to do anything desperate. I said, no, I'm not doing anything at all. Nothing. I'm not doing anything. I said, if you are God, and I know that, I already knew he was God. I said, but you know what? If you really care about me, if you care enough about me, then you'll help me through this. I said, but it's going to be by your hand, not mine. God said, deal. Okay. All right, good. We got a deal. Let's see what happens. So, a friend of mine, because, I was looking for a job, but I couldn't find one. So a friend of mine, about maybe 2 weeks later, calls me and says, Jerry, he says, there's a place they're looking for people. He says, he said, it's not much. He said, but now I was making like close to $25 an hour where I was working before in down Wall Street, about $25 an hour. In the 80s, this was pretty good. Like 1986, something like that. I don't know. So it was like 1985, I think it was. I can't remember the exact date offhand, but if I think about it, I would. But that's not important. What's important is, my friend calls me and says, well, there's a security company. They're looking for guards. I said, yeah. I said, they're always looking for guards. I said, you see that all the time in the newspaper. Security company, guards wanted, guards needed. Okay. So I said to myself, you know what? All right, I'll go take a look. So, it's in Manhattan. I live in Brooklyn. I gotta take the train. I gotta get dressed up. It's on like Broadway and 46th Street, So that's it's longer for me to travel instead of Wall Street. So yeah, so I take the train from, Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, the B train, take it down, into Manhattan, to Broadway, to 42nd Street, and I walk the 4 blocks. So I get there, and I'm applying for a security guard job, $5 an hour. Now, mind you, I was making $25 an hour. This is 20% of what I was making. Okay, 20%. But I said, you know what? It's something that'll put food on my table. I said, so I'll give it a shot. I said, guards don't do much anyway. They just sit around. So as I'm there, applying, now I think a lot of this was racially motivated on their part. But I'm not controlling this. I'm not doing anything. I'm just applying for a job, So they're looking at me, and they're looking at my resume. They say, well, where had you been before? So I worked on Wall Street, I was a troubleshooter, accountant, things like that. Administrator, I was a supervisor, I said, that's a great resume you got there. I said, yeah. But I can't work down Wall Street anymore. I said, I'm sick of it. They're a bunch of cutthroats down there. I said, so, he said, but why are you applying for this job? It's like, he said, this is really like a step backward for you. I said, yeah, I know, but I got to start somewhere. I said, so I came here. He said, well, we do need guards, no doubt about that. We need bodies to put in those positions. He said, but what we need even more than that are supervisors, so you've got supervisor experience. I said, yeah, I do. He said, we're going to make you a supervisor. So instead of being a guard, I'll be like a sergeant. Okay? So now we're going up in rank. It's a security guard company, so they have rank, like the Army. So it's not even my first day yet. Already I promoted from regular security guard, $5 an hour, to a sergeant, which is $7 an hour. I said, oh, okay, I'm not going to argue with you. If that's what you're going to offer me, I'll take it. Okay. So 1 week goes by. 7 days. God is good. 7 days go by. They see, well, you know what? He took the supervising like a duck takes the water. Let's make him a captain. Captain over the supervisors. Okay. So I'm promoted from sergeant now to captain. This is only after 1 week. Okay. I was never a security guard, first of all, to start with, but I went in as a sergeant, so I'm making $7 a week. So now I get another $2 more an hour bump. So now I'm making $9 an hour as a captain. Better than 5. This is only after a week. Went down there going for a $5 job. Now I'm making $9 an hour in 1 week. I'm taking notice. So another week goes by. I said, Jerry, yeah, you're doing good. He said, love your work. He said, you're on these guys like bread on butter, you know? But he says, we still need you in a higher position. So what they're doing is they're grooming me and just teaching me with only a week's worth of experience to keep moving up. You know, they want to get me up into administration as fast as possible. Okay, but they want me to understand the company as well. You know, which I had no idea what their intentions were, but I learned later. But and I think simply because I was white and I was intelligent and I was a supervisor, I was a supervisor of 25 people. I mean, I had to watch over everything they were doing every day, you know. And like a whip, I had to be out there making sure everything they did was perfect. So I already had the mentality. I was already a leader, you know, and they knew that. They could see that. They saw the way I conducted myself out in the field. They said, you know what? He said, okay. So now, this is the second week. So they already made me a captain by the first week. Now this is the second week. I said, Jerry, you did good as a captain. I'm only there 2 weeks. But I'm learning, you know, I'm seeing, okay, all the operations, where they're located, who does what, you know. I'm learning the basic foundation of the company. I'm seeing how it works. I said, okay, good. So they said, okay, we're going to promote you. We're going to make you an inspector, which is kind of like a major, you know, in the Army. We're going to make you an inspector, and you're going to get a car. Now they're going to give me a car. So, and you're going to get another $2 raise. And so now I'm up to $11 an hour. I'm getting close to my $25 an hour. I'm halfway there, you know. So they give me, now I'm making $11 an hour. Now I got a car. I can take this car home with me, you know. So, but I'm on call 24/7, you know, which is fine because, you know, as an inspector, my job is to look over the captains. That's it. I don't have to look over the supervisors. That's the captain's job. And the supervisors look over, you know, the sergeants. They look over the guards. So that's their job. My job is to look over the captains. That's my job. Yeah, and they see me walking in with, you know, with that white shirt. I got the cluster on my shoulders. You know, they know right away. Okay, we got a white dude here. He's brass. We gotta listen to whatever he says. If he don't, he's gonna write us up. Because most of the people that were there were all black. Okay, all the captains were black. All the sergeants were black. All the guards were black. Very rarely was there a white guy to do that job. Nobody wanted to do that job. And most of them were drunks. And they all, you know, a lot of them carried weapons. You know, these were armed guards. You know, armed sergeants, armed captains, armed inspector. I was armed. So, and we needed armed guards, you know, because a lot of stuff we were guarding is valuable. Most of the stuff we were guarding was crap. Most of it was uh, garbage dumps, where they dump all the garbage, and then they build houses on top of it. But they were garbage dumps. Who's gonna rob a garbage dump? But the reason why the guards were there was stopping people from dumping their own garbage, private garbage there. That's why the guards were there. So we had to have a body there. If you're going to enter into the garbage dump and there's only one way in, you got to pass the security guard. And if you're not New York City Department of Sanitation, you ain't getting in. Unless, of course, there was other private companies which did have permission to come in, but they'd have to show me their paperwork. But whatever. And my function was to make sure that the guards were doing their job as sergeant, to read that paperwork. Don't just let anybody drive in. But they were asleep most of the time. They didn't care. They're guarding a garbage dump. Why would they care who's dumping garbage there? I didn't even care. You know. But we had other things that were even more valuable than that. We had buildings we're guarding. These are rich buildings. Okay. And inside these rich buildings is rich property. Okay. And we also would guard events like the Heisman Trophy. You know, that was our gig. You know, and when the Heisman Trophy is put on, a lot of people want to see these football stars, these college stars. You know, and we also did jewelry sales. You know, when they had jewelry, they'd have this whole big convention, jewelry convention. And you got diamonds and stuff all over the place, you know, and people are trading diamonds or they're buying and selling diamonds. They need their own guards for this, you know, I mean, because somebody's going to come in, try to take the place out, you know. Me, I was always, whenever I did the diamond jobs, I was scared stiff because I always felt somebody's going to come in and rip us off. But believe me, we had the place flooded with guards, armed guards, and I was one of them. But I'm wearing a white shirt, you know. I'm in charge of these morons, you know. But fortunately, nothing ever happened. Thank God. So, my third week, I'm an inspector, and I'm making $11 an hour, and I got a car now. It's 3 weeks, okay. And so every 7 days, I keep getting a promotion. This has to be God doing this. This is not. It's not me. I'm not asking to be promoted. I have no reasonable expectation of being promoted, but they keep promoting me. I have no idea that they want me at the top. I'm not even thinking about this. You know, they're saying, look, we got our hands on a smart guy here. We got to take advantage of this, but we got to at least train him through the ranks. You know, to get him up to speed to what we're doing here. You know. I get it, you know. So another week goes by. It's like I'm freaking out, you know. Another week goes by. I go from being like a major, now I get a star. I'm a general. Okay. You are above the inspectors. Okay. You represent the back office now. You're not even out in the field, basically. But you still have a function. Your function is to oversee the inspectors to make sure that they're doing, everybody down the line is doing their job. Okay? But you're a general now. Okay? It's like an admiral in the Army. I mean, in the Navy. I'm a general. This is 3 weeks. You know. So first week I was a sergeant, second week I was a captain, third week I'm an inspector, and fourth week I'm now a general. Okay, in 4 weeks. And I get another $2 an hour raise. Now I'm up to $13 an hour, and I'm a general. But I'm still in the field, but I'm half field, half office. Okay? And when I would go out and wear my hat, I had brass on my hat, you know, just like the Army and the Navy does. Yeah. You see me coming, you best straighten up. You got a general walking past you right now. You know, you better come too. You know, believe me, and I commanded respect. And wherever I walked, if these guys didn't jump too, it would take me 2 seconds to fire them. I said, you could be replaced in 5 seconds. Okay? All I got to do is say the word. You're gone. Okay? Now, I don't want to do that. But if I come back here in 1 week, if this ain't straightened out, you're gone. That I promise you. But I'm going to at least give you a warning. I don't like the work you're doing, but I still got a car too. I got a company car. I'm a general, and I can go wherever I want, whenever I want. Nobody's telling me to do nothing, okay? But if there's an emergency situation, like fire or something, or a break-in, yeah, I've got to go report there. Just like chief of police has to go, to any situation. The inspectors go, the captains go, everybody goes. But ultimately, the chief of police has to be there, and that's me. I'm the chief. So, this is 4 weeks now. So I stay a general, but I'm turning to God, and I tell God, thank you. I know what you just did here. Yeah. Now, it was up to me to take that breadcrumb and go with it, or not. God said, it's like the old joke, like you got somebody, they're in the water, and it's starting to rise, and the priest is saying, God, help us, So God sends a rowboat. The priest says, no, he says, help the people, get them in there. I'm fine, help them. But God, please help us. The water's rising, But the priest, he's going out, just trying to help everybody else. And the water keeps rising. So now the water's up to his waist, and he says, God, help us. So God sends another rowboat. The priest says, oh, thank you, And he said, and they're telling the priest, get in the boat. Get in the boat. He says, no, I got to stay here and help my people. You help everybody get out of here. I'm staying here. So now the water's up to his neck, And God sends another boat, because the priest, God, help us. So another boat comes, And they're saying to the priest, Father, get in the boat. Get in the boat. He says, I can't. I got to stay here. There's still more people. He says, but please take these people here that I've got here. Get them in the boat. Sure enough, the water goes over and he drowns. So he's up in heaven. He's at the gates. He sees Peter at the gates. Peter says, welcome, Father. We've been waiting for you. Peter says, so the priest says to Peter, don't give me none of that. I want to speak to God. What's the matter? He says, I'm not talking. I want to talk. Where's God? I want to talk to God. Priest goes up to God. God says, welcome, Father. I'm glad you're here, The priest says, don't give me none of that. He said, I'm out there saving lives. I'm helping everybody. And I'm praying to you, God help us, God help us, God help us. And then you let me die? He said, Father, I sent you 3 boats. What more can I do for you? The irony of it all. Believe me, I counted the boats that God kept sending me. That's when I said, okay, Lord, you win. You win. Finally, you've got me. Hook, line, and sinker, I'm yours. I'm yours. Totally, I'm yours. From that moment on, I made a vow to God, which I'm still keeping, that I was going to devote my life to God, no matter what the costs were. And believe me, I paid through the nose for this. I stuck to my principles. I stuck to my beliefs. But it cost me dearly. I lost everything. I lost my wife. I lost my children. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that all of these things were because of my fundamental beliefs of things have to be a certain way. Okay? I know that sounds old-fashioned, but I'm not an old-fashioned man, but I'm a practical man. And I believe that if you do things a certain way, then good things will happen. But there can only be one captain of the ship. So I'm a captain of a ship. I got my wife, I got my 3 daughters. So it's like, imagine there's 5 people on this boat. I'm telling them, okay, let's steer this boat in this direction. But what I've got is 4 other oarers. They're rowing the oars, and they're going in 4 different directions. They're not listening to me say, we need to go in this direction. But they're going in opposite directions of where I'm saying we should go. This creates turmoil, friction, fighting. You know, and I can't understand why. I'm saying, why are you fighting me on this when I'm doing this to help you? I'm trying to help you. I'm not doing this just for me. I mean, it's for all of us. You know, I'm doing the best that I can. I'm giving this 1,000% trying to help you. But you're all fighting me. Why? I don't understand this. It's not making sense to me. Yeah, it's just not registering in my brain why you would fight me on it. I am the provider here. You're not. Shut up and do what I'm telling you to do. You know, just do it. And when you get 18 years old, you can go. Okay? Do what you want. But while you're here in my house, you're going to do it the way I want it done. They wouldn't do it. They refused. I said, you know what? Okay. That's how we're going to play this? Okay. So be it. As I told you earlier, I can't control what you do. I can only talk to you about it. But you're going to do what you got to do no matter what I say. So, and that's how it was. I took this for 20 years. And finally, after 20 years, they literally came straight to my face, my wife. Now, my youngest daughter didn't speak. She had brain damage. But my 2 other daughters came straight to me and said to me, you know what? We don't want you here anymore. Why? Because I'm telling you what to do? Yeah. Oh, okay. Even though I'm paying for everything, you want me to leave. Okay, so I said, who's going to pay for everything? Oh, we'll pay when you leave. Okay, good. Saves me to worry. I don't have to worry about it. I didn't even think twice about it. This was, I think, the 1st of July. By the end of July, July 31st, I found myself a room. And guess what? You know, I got myself I tripled my pay and salary. Okay? Tripled. Because I got a brand new job. So in one day, I lost my family, my home, and I got a brand new job paying triple what I was making. Okay? All happened in one day. That's how fast it happens. One day. I said, you guys don't want me here? Oh, fine. I'm bothering you? Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Do what you want. You're doing it anyway, so it's better that I'm not here, because I can't stand being here. If you're not going to listen to a word that I'm saying, what's the point? Why should I even be here? There's no point to this. We're a ship going in 5 different directions. We can't function. Either we're in this together, or we're not in this at all. So yeah, if that's what you want, you know what? You've got my blessing. Go on your way. Bye. And that's what my daughter said to me. Bye. See you. Don't want to be here. Don't want to know you. That was it. 20 years of marriage over in a day. One day. It was all over. But I'm not blaming them. I get it. You don't want to be told what to do. But you know what? At least you were fortunate enough to have a father that cared enough to try to tell you the right things to do, but you just weren't doing them. My wife wasn't doing them. My daughters weren't doing them. I would write notes on the walls, in the bathroom, in the kitchen, in their bedrooms. I'd write notes saying, look, can you just do these little things? That's all I'm asking you to do. If you could just do this, that would help me so much. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't pick up a towel in the bathroom after throwing it on the floor. They wouldn't pick up the towel. You can't pick up the towel? Okay. They would take soda, those big gulp glasses? They take that's like a whole liter of soda. They take a whole liter of soda, pour it into a big gulp glass, and take one sip out of it and leave it. And I'm saying, I'm buying the soda for you to drink, but not for you to just leave it on your dresser for it to just go flat and waste it. I'm just spending money and you're just wasting it. They would have the electricity on all day long throughout the entire house. Every light in the house is on, every TV is on, every radio is on, they're on the phone, they're using this, that, the other thing. I got electric bills, like $400 or $500 electric bills per month, $300. I said, where do you think I'm getting this money from? I said, I can't afford to keep paying all this extra money. My electric bill, if it's $35 a month, that's a lot. That's my current electric bill. About 30, maybe sometimes 45 when it's cold. That's my electric bill. As well, that's what it should be for an entire household. 300. This is in the year 2000. Okay, I'm paying $300 electric bills for what? I'm not even home. I said, and everything is running. They leave TVs on. They go to school. 8 a.m. they go to school, and they don't come back till 6 p.m. The TV in their room is on the whole day. I'm saying, you can't, like on your way out of the room, you can't turn off the TV. You can't turn off the light. And I would write it. That's what I'm saying. I put the sign up. Turn off the lights. Turn off the TV. Please. That's all I'm asking you. That's all I'm asking you to do. You can't even do that? And in the bathroom. Do you need to use 5 towels when you take one shower? Do you have to use 5 towels? Because that means my wife, your mother, has to wash 5 towels every day so that you can keep taking a shower and you take 3 showers a day. I'm glad that you're clean, you know what, but you're killing me with the electric bills. That washing machine is running 24/7, trying to keep up with all the clothes, and you guys change 3 times a day, changing your clothes. I'm saying, look, do you really have to change your clothes 3 times a day? I mean, if it gets dirty, change them, yeah. I mean, well, because you're tired of wearing this today, you take it off, so you got to change it so you go back out. And then when you got to go out for the evening, you change it to another outfit. 3 outfits you got to wear in one day? Who does that? I mean, if you're rich, you could do that. We're not rich. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I tell you, I wasn't an ambitious person. I wasn't out trying to make millions of dollars. I was working week to week, paycheck to paycheck. That's it. I was living with what God was giving to me. Okay? They were living beyond what God was giving to me. I can't pay for something if I don't have the money. Okay? But if you guys want to keep wasting my money paying these bills. So what I did was I stopped paying the electric bill. And this is when it came to that, when they told me, well, we want you to, and I stopped paying the phone bill. I said, you know what? If you're not, and I stopped providing extra food money because for all these luxuries that they were. My wife used to have to make a separate dinner for each one of us. I'd have one dinner, my one daughter have a different dinner, My other daughter have a different dinner. And then my brain damaged daughter, she'd have something different. And then my wife wanted something different. That's 5 people eating 5 different things. In my house, we all ate the same thing. Okay, either you eat it or you starve. Okay. When my mother made dinner, that's what you eat. Okay, that's what I am accustomed to. Okay, that's how I grew up. That's the only thing I know. That's the way it's supposed to work. I'm not a restaurant that we're serving, we have a menu here. What would you like to eat today? There's a menu. Anything you want. You want salmon? Oh, we'll go get salmon today. Oh, you want fish? Oh, you want steak? We'll get steak. You want lobster? Yeah, okay. Do you see where I'm going? It wasn't so much the money as much as the principle and the ingratitude of what they were doing. They weren't even grateful for what they were getting. And realizing that I'm the one that was providing all this. They weren't providing nothing. Even though both of my daughters had jobs. Good paying jobs. Both of them. I would ask them, I said, look, can you contribute maybe $40 a month to the household? They're making $400 a week. I said, can you swing maybe $40? No? No? That's too much? All right. Sorry I asked, Bob. Don't worry about it. I won't ask you again. The answer is no? Okay. I said, but don't keep using my stuff that I'm paying for. I said, if you want something, you want steak for dinner, you go out and buy it. Now, if your mother wants to cook it for you, that's her problem. I ain't going to cook it for you. I said, I said, and if I'm making dinner, you can bet your bottom dollar this is all we're eating. But this is how it went. You know what I'm saying? We got a ship with 5 people going into 5 different directions. I say, wait a minute, I'm the captain of this ship. This is the direction we need to go in. Either you're going to follow me or jump off the boat. They didn't want to follow me. I had to jump off the boat. And not by choice, but by request. This was their request. They said, okay, fine, you take care of it. You pay for everything. Let's see how well you do. Not even 6 months after I was gone, everybody left. They left my wife alone. Okay, and I mean, I was giving her like $100 a week, which I didn't have to give her anything. All of my children were grown. They're all, well, except for the youngest one. She was 17, and she turned 18 a year later, and then I stopped giving her any money. I said, no, these are all adults. And my youngest daughter had her own money from Social Security. I said, because she was disabled. So I said, you need money, go out and work. Don't call me. Why are you calling me? You're the one who told me to leave. And you even told me, we don't need any money from you. I said, but I felt bad for them anyway. I said, I know you need the money. Because I know your daughters aren't going to take care of you. I said, so I got to give you something. So I gave my wife $100 a week. I didn't have to give her anything. She told me in writing, you don't have to give me a penny. Just go. I said, okay, just go. We didn't get a divorce. I just went my way, she went hers. I said, okay. 11 years later, my wife died. And I wasn't there for it. And no one told me about it. But that's okay. Like I said, I'm not angry about it. I'm disappointed about this. If I were angry about it, I would have done something about it. But like I said, I'm not here to change you. I could point you in the right direction. That's all I can do. But the choices you make are up to you. And you have to live with them. Now, I know I didn't do anything wrong. And I'll hold my head up high and say, you know what? I did everything in my power to save this family. And you fought me tooth and nail every step of the way. At least you had a father that cared enough to do that for you. I had no father. But at least you had a father that cared and still cares about you. I mean, I'll never stop caring about you. I'll always care about you. You're my children. I really don't like you that much. And I know you don't like me. And I'm okay with that. Because I understand. You're not like me. I get it. I don't expect you to be like me. You're your own person. Be who you are. Be yourself. But understand that everything you've done has consequences, okay? Now, you might be reaping those consequences now. Maybe not yet, but you will. And you may be told later on, you know what? The things you did to your father, who loved you so much, unconditionally loved you, no matter what you did. I was there for you, no matter what you did. And I wasn't like an abuser. I didn't beat my children. I spanked my kids one time when, like, I think they were 10. My oldest was 10, and I think the next one was 8 years old. I spanked them because they drew with crayons all over their walls. That was the only time I hit my kid. And it was a spanking. I didn't like, bah, 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 you know. I didn't throw them against the wall. I didn't hit them with sticks, brooms, like my mother used to do to me. I didn't do all that to my kids. I never hit my kids, except for that one time. I would yell at them, and that would scare the hell out of them when I yelled at them, because I would be pretty fierce. You know, I would get angry, because why aren't you listening to me? That I did. I tell you, I had a temper, bad temper, and that accompanied me in my marriage. But it's not like I woke up in the morning and said, you know what, who am I going to get angry at today? That's not what I did. I would wake up in the morning and I'd see all this crap going on in my house, and it really disturbed me. It's not like I wanted to see this, and that's why, I couldn't even wait to go to work just to get away from this. I'm saying, it's killing me what they're doing, And my own wife is like telling, do what you want, don't listen to him. My wife would tell, don't even listen to him. So, when you have this disorganization, how do you expect things to work out? It's not going to. This is a marriage, okay? We're a family. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I mean, even with my mother, my mother was a child abuser. She abused us very badly. And I'm not making any apologies for her. My mother was very violent, okay? Because I had no father. She had to be my father and my mother. But I'm not making any excuses for, I'm not going to apologize for my mother, and I'm not going to apologize for myself. I wasn't bad. She was a bad mother. But I understand why she was bad. Because she had 6 kids to take care of. And she had to go to work. She couldn't be here the whole time while she's at work, while we're all doing 6 different things, getting into God knows what. Remember where I came from. It wasn't my mother's fault, but she could have had more restraint. My grandparents never touched me, but I know they beat her. And that's what she did to her. She said, well, my grandparents beat me, so I'll beat you. That's the way, I said, yeah, well, I'm not passing that down to my kids. Now, I know my sister Gail, my younger sister, she passed it down to her kids. And probably my sister Karen passed it down to her kids. But me and my brother Frankie were the only 2 others that had kids. I don't think Frankie hit his kids. I know he would yell at them like I yelled at mine. But he can be very violent. See, I'm not violent like he is. He's more violent than me, But I'm more of a pacifist. I don't want to fight, and I don't want to get into arguments, and I don't want to get angry. I'd rather not have that happen at all. But it's like he looks for fights. He looks for somebody. You want to challenge me? The only time I would have that attitude with my kids is when they would come up to me and curse me to my face. I said, what did you just say? You told me to go F myself? What? As soon as my daughter said that, I grabbed her by a collar. She was wearing her pajamas. It was December, snow outside. I grabbed her by the collar of her pajamas. I threw her out the front door. She was 16 years old. She said that to me. I said, you say that to me in my house? You little piece of shit. I threw her out the house. My wife went crazy. What are you doing? I said, she wants to talk like a woman? Okay. Let her go be a woman. Bye. You ain't got to talk to me that way in my house. I didn't hit her. I just threw her out the front door. I said, get out. Goodbye. And don't come back. She was wearing her pajamas. I didn't give a shit. I said, if you got balls enough to talk to me that way, then you got balls enough to take care of yourself. That's it. This is common sense. If you, look, don't poke the beast if you don't want to get bit. You know, and you just poked me, okay? And I didn't like it. Don't you ever talk to me that way. You know, after everything I've done for you, you know, believe me, I've done more than I ever had to. But I don't want no kudos. This was my responsibility to take care of my children. This was I'm supposed to do that. But I don't want this in return. That's not him. Don't curse me because I provided for you. I loved you unconditionally. Now, I may not have always been the best father, but I always loved you. And like I said, I never beat you, but I just tried to tell you the right thing to do. You just didn't want to listen. And I know why. Because your mother was telling you, don't listen to him. Because she was sick of me. Because she was, I'm going this direction, she's going the opposite direction. Wherever I would go, she'd go the opposite way. That's the way it was. That's how it was for me for 20 straight years. I couldn't take it anymore. So when they told me to leave, I left. I said, you get no arguments from me. But before that happened, I would tell my wife and my kids, I said, look, I'm not keeping you here. You know, you're not in a prison here. You can leave anytime you want. You know, I would say to my wife, I said, look, if you don't want to do what I'm saying, there's the door. Go. I'm not stopping you. If you don't want to be here, I'm not stopping you from leaving. I would encourage, go. Just go. Because I'd rather you go than be here and torment me. You know, just go. You know? Don't stay here and torment me. You know, and pretend like there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with me. I know what I'm doing. You guys are the imbeciles that have no clue what you're doing. And everything that's being done, whether you realize it or not, is being done for you through me. I'm the provider. None of you are providing anything here. I'm doing it all. And I'm not getting an inch of help from you. This is how God feels with his children. This is, the metaphor is incredible, because this is how I can now relate to God, and I understand. I get it. You keep telling them, Lord, but they don't listen. You're the Father, but they don't listen to you. You know, this is the same thing. Same thing. No difference. So there you have it. I went full circle. You know, we're back to God again. Okay, and my whole life has been an example of that. My entire life, you know, has been, okay, I am the Father, and I'm trying to help you. I'm providing for you, but you're doing everything in your power to fight me. How did that work out for you? Now you don't have me no more. Doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. Same thing with God. God's not saying, he's not saying I don't love you anymore, but you don't have me. I'm not helping you in your life anymore. Okay? Because you've abandoned me. Well, what do you want? I didn't abandon you. You abandoned me. Remember that. I didn't ask to leave. You asked me to leave. I left. That's what God does. If you don't want God around, he won't be around. He won't be around. What, you know, this is the metaphor. And like I said, if you want God around, he's knocking at the door. If you let him in, I guarantee you he'll take care of you. But you gotta open the door first. You gotta at least submit to his will. He's the Father, he's the provider. This is how God made the family. just like it is in heaven. He's the Father. He's the provider. Obey him. I'm not saying you should obey me like I'm a slave master, but I'm saying you should at least listen to me. I'm only what, 35 years older than you? You know, 25 years older than you? I know a little bit more than you do. And God's saying the same thing. Yeah, and if you read the book of Job, you got to get a chuckle out of this, because God's saying, were you around when I made the stars? And you're going to talk to me about what's right and what's wrong? How dare you? How dare you? You have no idea who you're talking to. You think because you're an upstart and suddenly you're your own God, that you can do whatever you want. And that's what my children believed. And my wife believed the same thing. We don't have to listen to you. Okay? No, you don't have to listen to me. But there's the door. You don't have to listen to me at all. You could leave any time you want. No one's holding you here. And when that was done, I didn't go pounding on doors, say, hey, let me back in. Once you told me to leave, I'm gone. That's it. And they're so worried. Oh, we're worried about what you're going to do. Well, what did I do? Tell me what I did. Did I come banging on your door in a drunken stupor, yelling and screaming at you, demanding this, demanding that? I'm your father, you better do this for me. No. Did I do any of that? No. I didn't do anything at all. Excuse me. Got to clear my throat. But I did call you. I did keep calling you. And you kept ignoring my calls. Same thing that God does. The exact same thing. I keep calling you. You're just ignoring my call. Every time I call you, you don't answer the phone. Now, if I was somebody else, you'd pick that phone up in 2 seconds. But since you know it's me on the other end, you let it go to voicemail. I leave a message. And then maybe, if the message is important enough, you'll call me back in 2 weeks. Maybe. Maybe. Or you won't call me back at all. It's disappointing, but not unexpected. So the metaphors are tremendous here, and like I said, I have devoted my life to God. I devoted my children to God. I said, Lord, these are your children. I said, watch over them. I prayed for them. And I dedicated them to God. I said, Lord, these are your children. I said, please watch over them. They're the children of thy servant. I'm your servant, Lord. Watch over my children, please. So far, I think he's been watching over them. But they're still going their own way, and I'm still being ignored. This will all be ironed out in the end, and then, like I said, it's not my function here to make you do things. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to make you do anything. Either you're going to do it or you won't. And I don't care one way or the other how this goes, But in the end, this will all work itself out, where you're going to ultimately see I was right the whole time. But I'm not all the time. No one's ever right all the time. I don't even think God is right all the time. But that's being a bit presumptuous. But God is certainly just. So even if God made a mistake, he'll certainly fix it. And that's me. If I made a mistake, I'll fix it. Or I'll do the best I can to fix it. The rest is up to you. So I sent 3 boats. What more do you want me to do? That's what I'm sending to you. These are all boats I'm sending your way. You can either get on, ride, accept the wisdom I'm trying to impart to you, or not. That's up to you. But there's no devil, there's no Satan. There's no demons that are making you do this. You're doing this all by yourself. It's all on you. And you're the only one that's going to be accountable for it. You. It's always been you. When Noah got to the new land, after the ark came to a stop, God said, and this is metaphorically speaking of all things, he said, but the blood you shed will be on your own hands. Now that's not necessarily blood, but the damage you cause will be on your hands. Okay, that's not, you're responsible for that. God's telling you, whatever your actions are, you're accountable for that. So, you can take that with a grain of salt. Either you're going to change your ways, get better, accept God, submit, let him take over your life and watch how good it gets. You know? And feel good for once in your life about yourself. Look in the mirror and not be ashamed of what you see. You know? I'm still working on that one. But in my heart, I feel great. I feel awesome. I still feel like I'm 7 years old. But you can see I'm not. But I still feel that way. The fire that God put in my heart is an eternal flame that won't go out. Was I fighting him? Yeah. But when I finally completely submitted myself, things got so much better. I mean, it was like this great load came off my shoulders. 35 years old. I'm 69 now. All right? That's, what, 35 years? I'm sorry. Yeah. 34 years. 34 years of me finally, being able to accept that God is in control, not me. And everything that comes to me through God. He's the Father. He's the provider. And I should listen to him. Because he loves me. That's what I learned. And I do listen to him. He speaks to me. I hear him. I hear his voice. I know you don't believe that, but it's the truth. I hear him speaking to me. He's been speaking to me as I've been speaking to you. He's been speaking to me. He's here inside. So I hope that you can appreciate what I'm trying to tell you. And that you will let him in, and stop telling, you know what, I can do this myself. I don't need your help. Or you say, I believe in you, and thank you for everything, but I got this. I'll take care of it. Yeah, you can do that. But in the end, you're going to see all that was for naught. All your work, all your effort, all that swimming against the stream, upstream swimming that you've been doing your entire life has all been for nothing. If it's not for God. At least that's something that you could take with you to your grave. Because in your spirit you'll know that you did good service for God. You tried. Rather than trying to do everything for yourself, you were doing everything for God instead. Now, of course, look, I need to eat like you need to eat, but I also know that God will provide. I'm not worried about it. It doesn't even enter my mind, and it hasn't entered my mind. I can't think of the last time I worried about when I was going to eat something. Even when I was stealing, I wasn't worried about it because I knew God would provide. I knew it then. 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old. I knew God would provide. He always did, and he always will. But when the moment he stops providing, you need to check yourself and say, you know what? I must be doing something very bad for things to be going so badly. That's the only way that can happen to you. If you're just not listening, you're not paying any attention to God at all, he's not going to stop knocking. He's pounding on the door, and he's going to keep doing that. But that's going to come to an end. And that's when the door shuts, and outside that door will be weeping and gnashing of teeth because the door is shut now. You had your chance. You had your whole lifetime. I feel sorry for people that spend a lifetime screwing people over, stealing and robbing from individuals, killing, murdering, and then on their deathbed, they get a priest to come over from, of course, the Catholic Church, to come and forgive them of all their sins. It doesn't work that way. Doesn't work. It never works that way. There is no forgiveness of sin except for the atonement that Jesus made. That is the only forgiveness of sin, period. You can't forgive yourself, okay? And it's not going to happen while you're on this planet. So people that go around saying, I'm saved, I'm born again, yeah, good luck to you. Yeah, because you're an arrogant moron thinking that, yeah, okay. So you already got your spot picked out in heaven, really? Okay, good. May it be so. But I don't think so. If you're so arrogant to think that you're going to heaven, knowing that you're a sinner, that you're going to heaven, good luck to you. I know I'm a sinner. I admit it. I've admitted it many times to you throughout this whole thing. I've said it over and over and over again. I'm a sinner. So there's no guarantee for me. And I don't even know. I mean, God may not even accept me into heaven. But it's not going to be because I didn't care or I didn't love God. That's not going to be the reason why I'm rejected. It's going to be because of something I did. And it was my choice to do it. So I know God knows I love him, and I know God loves me. That's a done deal. I already know that. So whatever God does with me or with anyone else, that's whatever he decides to do is going to be the right thing to do. And if I'm going to bring evil into God's purity, he's not going to allow that to happen. That's not going to happen. Evil cannot exist around God. It's just that simple. The devil doing evil. Put that O in there. Okay, doing evil. Do evil. The devil cannot exist around God. It's just that simple. Now God says he's going to cleanse us. And the only way that you can be cleansed is by the blood shed for us. The atonement made for us. Because we can't do it. If you sinned once in your life, you're a sinner, period. That's it. You can't go into heaven saying, well, I never sinned, or I stopped sinning. Even if you repent of your sins, that doesn't erase the sins you did. You could stop doing them. Good. That doesn't erase what you did already. Remember, there's an accounting that has to take place. God told this to Noah. He says, you will be responsible. That person's blood will be on your hands. Okay? That you will be called to account. God told this to Noah. This is the new world, he's saying, okay? So know for a fact that everyone will be called to account. Now, if they believe in Jesus, Jesus says, if you believe in me, then you may have eternal life. You may. Doesn't say you will, he says you may. Those who believe in me may have eternal life. But there's people that believe in Jesus, like Roman Catholics, I know they believe that there's Jesus. They've heard of Jesus, they know who he is. But do they actually believe in him? And have they submitted their whole heart to him? I doubt it. Because the whole Catholic Church is based on one thing. You go there every Sunday, and all your sins are forgiven. That's it. So that means come Sunday, or right as soon as you leave those church doors, you can go out and sin again, because you know next Sunday all those sins will be forgiven. That's not how this works. Now, it's good if you repent. God wants you to repent. So if you do that much, yeah, you could pretty much say your ticket is punched to heaven if you repent. That's what Jesus says. Repent, therefore. But there's no guarantees. No one knows whose names are written in the book of life. No one knows, except the Father and the Son. But the only person who's going to determine who gets written in the book of life is Jesus Christ. And either you're going to accept him wholeheartedly, or you're going to do it halfway. And if you do it halfway, Jesus said, because you're lukewarm, neither hot nor cold, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. Those are Jesus' words, not mine. So you can't be a little pregnant. Either you are or you aren't. Either you're dedicated or you're not. Either you're committed or you're not. It's one or the other. There's no middle ground here. You can't play both sides. You can't go after money and love God too. Jesus said that also. You gotta, you can't serve two masters. It's one or the other. You gotta make a choice. That's why I was never ambitious from my youth. I never had ambition. I had need for food, but not to be a millionaire. I mean, all my friends around me, that's all they would tell me. You know what? When I grow up, I'm gonna be a millionaire. Yeah, okay, good for you. That's what I would tell them. Good for you. Is that all you're thinking about? Being a millionaire? That's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about deeper things than that. I'm thinking about where I'm going to be when I die. I was thinking about that when I was 7 years old. That's when God truly flooded me with his spirit right there. I was 7 years old and I already knew. So I was already a deep thinker. I just wasn't too expressive. I wasn't too verbal about it. Because I had to get my facts straight. I mean, I was a deep thinker. I mean, I was always, my mind was always wandering, so they would call me a wanderer, because I was always I always seemed like I was in some kind of daydream. But I'm not in a daydream. I'm pondering things. I'm thinking about things. I'm using a chain of succession. Where does this go? That was my only question throughout life. Where does this go? Why am I here? What's my purpose? What's my function? There's got to be something to this. Why am I here? And it may not be to accomplish anything. It's just for me to personally reconcile with God. That's my purpose. That's it. So it doesn't matter, like I said, whether you listen to me or not. And I really don't care. And I'm not trying to be cruel. I really don't care whether you listen or not. Because either you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. Either you're committed to God or you're not. That's up to you. It's not up to me. So I could browbeat you, but what good would it do? It would have the same effect that I had on my children. No matter what I told them, they went and did what they wanted to do anyway. So everything I said to them went in one ear and out the other. So, and they still wound up doing what they wanted to do. So I have no control of this. So if I can't control it, why worry about it? I'm not going to worry about it. If you die tomorrow, yeah, I'll feel some pity for you. It's not going to change how I feel. It's not going to change anything in my life. My life will go on or end with or without you. You don't matter in my life. God matters. And that's all that matters. God matters to me more than my children, more than my wife, more than my mother, more than all of life together. God matters to me more. Now, I know Jesus said to love your neighbors. I do. I have compassion for my neighbors. I'm a servant of God. Okay, so Yes, if I'm a servant of God, I'm a servant of man as well. That's part of the job. But the outcome, the end result, that's not up to me. Whatever happens to you in your life, I mean, yeah, I'll attend your funeral. Am I sorry you're gone? No. I might be sorry you're gone, but is there anything I can do about it? No. There's nothing. What can I do about it? You're gone. You know. I'm not. I'm not going to spend the rest of my life weeping because you're dead. You're dead. Believe me, I'm going to get over this. If it's someone extremely close to me, I don't know who that is anymore, but if it is someone that I love, whether they love me or not is irrelevant, but if it's someone that I love, and I pretty much love everybody, until they give me a reason not to. But if it's someone I love, yeah, I'll mourn. I'll be sorry that they're gone, and I'll miss them, and I'll think about them, and I'll probably never forget them. But again, there's nothing I can do about it. So I can't fret and worry about it. Say, well, I wish I could have done something. What could I have done? What could I have done that I haven't already done? With any person I meet in my life, I go out of my way to help them with anything I can. That's been my motto. That's been my credo. That's been my law. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt until they give me a reason not to. Okay? And even then, I'll forgive them. I'll forgive you 1,000 times over. But, I trust you. But I'll certainly forgive you. So, it doesn't, Do I love people? Yeah. I love people because I understand them, and I understand their plights, their problems, the trials, tribulations. I understand it. Above all people, I should. Because I've been through it. There is nothing you've been through that I haven't been through. Nothing. And I've probably been through more than you've ever been through. Believe me, I've lived a lifetime of experiences before I was 21 years old. I'm 69. You can't even begin to imagine how much I've experienced. It would take you 5 lifetimes to experience what I experienced in one. And that's 5 full lifetimes, like 80, 90 years old, to experience what I lived in one lifetime. And I'm only 69. I'm not even 70 yet. By the time I was 21, I pretty much knew everything I had to know about life. The only thing missing was the Word of God. The Spirit was always there, but the Word wasn't. But when it came, I accepted it. At first I was skeptical. I put God to the test. I shouldn't have done that, but I did. And I think God kind of respected what I did. It's like, okay, you need to square this off. Okay, let's do this. And every time I made a promise to God, I always kept it. You don't make a promise to God and then not keep it. So be careful. Don't promise something to God that you're not going to be able to do. And I'm careful not to do that. But I got it. I was a gambler while I was married, and I got into debt. And then there was one point where I didn't have enough money to pay the bookies. That I was placing my bets through. I would bet on football. I was a football freak. And I love betting on the games because it gives me a reason to watch it. And it's exciting. If your team is winning, it's exciting even if they're not. But the whole thrill is the gambling part. But that was a vice I got rid of. Long before I separated from my wife. But so I got into debt, and I think this was the early '90s. I got into debt, and I didn't have any money to pay the bookie. So, and this was like the Sunday football. So I had Monday night football left to get even. I think I was down like $3,000. I said, I don't have 3,000. I don't even have $1,500. You know, and two things happened. I was in a pool, a football pool. You know, the boxes. You know, you pick a box, and whatever the score is, you know, if your box matches the score, you get money. I won $1,500 from the football pool, and I won, and I won another $1,500 on the Monday night football game. So that was the $3,000. So the money I won, well, I didn't win. That was to pay off the bookie. So I managed to win $1,500 back from the bookie, and then this is how God blessed me. But I made a promise. I said, God, if you help me out of this, just like the time I tested God, I said, God, if you get me through this, I promise you I'll stop gambling. And I stopped, just like that. And I don't even, yeah, I gotta say, I do miss it, but I can still watch the games and get excited, but it loses its impact if you don't have any skin in the game, you gotta, if you've got nothing to lose, then you're really, nonchalant. You really don't care who wins. But I care if the teams I like win. I want them to win. And when they don't, I feel disappointed. But I'm not going to gamble on it. No. I'm not much of a gambler, but I used to be. I've gambled on anything. Dice, you name it. Shooting pool. I was a professional pool shooter. You couldn't beat me. But I wasn't always a professional. I started out as a schmuck like everybody else. And I got beat by it like everybody else. But that's how you learn, But I learned how not to lose. So, and that's where my gambling started, actually, with pool, shooting pool. Pool is not a good thing for kids. From the Music Man, get that pool room out. If you've seen the Music Man, you know what I'm talking about. But that's me. You learn as you go, Stop drinking, alcohol, wasting my money. I'm saying, God has given me all these gifts of money to help support me, and I'm squandering $100 a night drinking. I said, what's wrong with this picture? Am I a retarded person? Why am I doing this? Because once you go out and start drinking, and then you start buying people drinks, and you see a girl you like, you want to buy her drinks, and then you wind up buying her friends drinks. And it's always the guy that gets stuck with the bill. The girls go out there just so guys can buy them drinks. That's why they're there. They know guys are going to buy them drinks, and that's the way it's been for years, since the beginning of time. But I'm not saying they're whores. I'm just saying that they do take advantage of guys buying them drinks. That's why they go. If a girl goes to a bar with $10 in her pocket, that's a lot. But she'll walk out this stoned out of her face because everybody bought her drinks. That was me. I would buy everybody drinks. Especially when I start feeling good. I'm a very generous person, So, and when I'm drunk, I'm even more generous. I would give all my hats away. I'm paying $100 for these hats, and I'm just giving them away. What do I care? When you're drunk, you don't care. You lose all inhibitions. That's when you start doing bad things. I did all kinds of drugs. Every drug under the sun, I've done it. Okay, stopped all that. Even though my brother died when I was 16 years old from drugs, I didn't learn. I didn't learn from that. But ultimately I did. I stopped doing drugs. But the only drugs I take now are the medications the Veterans Administration gives to me. unfortunately, I have to rely on them. But that's it. That's where it is. You know, I'm sure I have other things to talk to you about, but it won't be tonight. God bless you. Have a good night. Bye.